Welcome back, councillors. We'll reconvene the submissions hearing for the annual plan. Welcome to everyone, staff, media, those listening in at home. We're deliberating now on the submissions we heard yesterday, and we've also had the submissions that weren't heard, which we've all read at our own time, but we will go through in summary on them. So Tony, I'll hand over you to lead us through. Thanks.
Can I make a quick comment?
Oh, sorry, Liz.
Sorry, just a quick comment before we get started. Calvin Holmes presented yesterday on behalf of the Methven Community Board, and he gave me a call last night and said he forgot to say something and could I mention it this morning, and it's with his Methven Lions and Methven Community Board hats on, just saying that the work done at the Methven Cemetery has been really well received, and would like to thank Council for that, and also just mention that the great relationship council staff and Methven Lions have, and going forward putting the new walkway up through there. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Thanks Liz, and thanks on behalf of Kelvin. That'll be passed on to the appropriate staff. Steve. Yep. Tony, floor's yours.
Good morning. So we're here today to talk about the annual plan submissions and the hearings that we've held yesterday. So in terms of how we're looking to tackle the deliberations, we've made the assumption as staff that all submissions have been read. And so we're looking to move through this conversation today by considering all our submissions via the summary document which you've got in front of you. So we'll work through that page by page, and in that we're seeking the council direction for the final annual plan.
Tony, just omitted one thing on my behalf. Apologies from Councillor Latham and Councillor Lovett for today.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So also yesterday through the hearings there were some submitters that raised additional points to what was in the written submission. So on the presentation you'll see when we get to each relevant section we've mentioned the name and the point that they may have raised. So when you're debating and having your conversation you've also got the feedback that you received yesterday front of mind as well. So let's get started. The first topic that we asked through the annual plan consultation was, should we review our day-to-day levels of service? We had the majority of people telling us no, and some were telling us yes. So if we turn to page 9 of the summary document.
Neil, can I ask a question? Just a quick question. Thank you. On the numbers, do we do any statistical analysis of that to see whether that's significant or not between them, and as a proportion of the submission, and it's a portion of the district? Do we? I mean, we have the raw numbers, but does that have any meaning to us? Do we know the?
Thank you, through the chair. Statistically speaking, it wouldn't be deemed significant. We wouldn't have a large enough sample. We had 131 submissions from a total district population of 35,000. It is often the way with our consultation processes. You hear from those that are most engaged and most have the time to formally submit. So that can be
so
to
really
remember. Yes,
it is what it is. Yeah.
So in terms of reviewing our levels of service, those that thought that we should review our levels of service, the general themes that came through was the cost of living crisis, the need to reduce unnecessary spending, and to increase rates in line with inflation. In terms of why we shouldn't review, the themes we're looking to, the submitters were telling us that we should be looking to maintain our current levels of service, or in some instances increase them. They had concerns about future impacts if we did go and decrease the levels of service for this year, what that would mean in the longer term. We were encouraged to look to explore some other options, and some noted that we already were reviewing, and this was in reference to the EA Network Centre. So I guess I encourage you now to have a look at the submissions on page 9, 10 and 11, and if there's any comments you'd like to make.
Councillors, any comments? Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I thought there were quite a few comments about not so much reducing the level of service drastically, but for example, with parks and reserves, perhaps spending so much money on annuals and things, we get that quite a lot. Why not do a bit more long-term, especially around roundabouts or things, parks and reserves, they spend a heap of money propagating plants and putting out annuals and taking out annuals, and it's all very nice to have a nice colourful thing, but it's very expensive. I'm sure there's some parts of the town we could use natives or longer evergreens or something, as a lot of the people suggest.
Yeah, we must ask Steve for comment on that. Is it more expensive to have annuals than perennials, or is there a saving to be made, do you think?
Yeah, just through you, me and Neil. Councillor, you are correct. Annuals do come at a cost. They are probably more expensive than a standard perennial or shrubbery. But just bear in mind that our satisfaction survey from our residents often point out the benefits and of the beauty of the change of colours with the bedding plant displays. But we could certainly look at some areas that are more difficult to get to or more costly to maintain as annual bedding plant displays and converting them over to carpet roses or something that's more permanent. I know the team have looked at some areas, but they're loath to do it in mass due to the feedback that the public are giving us about the change of displays.
Councillor McMillan?
Thank you. There's quite a few comments about the number of staff who work for council, and I know that the Art Gallery and Library has a big base of volunteers that help with the running of that. Is there any other way that volunteer groups could be involved in anything else at council that could possibly help keep that level of service, but not I'm thinking of the library. Someone suggested in their submission that they would be quite keen to help at the new library if they could, etc. I don't know if there's any thought being given into that.
Hamish?
We can have a look at it. One of the issues with volunteers is the qualifications to do the job, and they do require supervision and it's not, and rostering and all those things. So it's not without work, but where possible, we can have a look and see whether there's an increased capacity to have volunteers. But it's not as easy just to replace a paid staff member with a volunteer who. I think generally speaking, where volunteers add immense value is supporting and adding to the work that paid employees are doing rather than replacing.
Yep, understand that.
Councillor Flynn?
Yeah, just coming back to yesterday's submitters on the levels of service, and there seemed to be a concentration basically on EA Network Centre. Now, to me, EA Network Centre is not a service of council. What they are is a subsidy that is received from council each year, with the rest of the money made up from fees and charges. So to me, they are not a service, unlike what we're providing with our 3 water services, our outdoor spaces services, etc., etc. So to me, the EA Network Centre should not even be part of it.
Do you want me to comment on that?
Can if you wish. Yeah.
I'm not happy.
Yeah. Stuart?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Also, Federated Farmers submission, which is a big submission if you take the number of submitters that are behind that submission, they spoke about economic development, and Lynette and I have long said we're getting ahead of ourselves on this council regarding economic development, with telling farmers how to farm under climate control, etc., etc., etc. It's interesting that Federated Farmers spokesperson for the majority of the farmers in the district came out and told us to curb your spending on tourism and economic development.
Councillor Cameron?
Can I just seek a point of clarification? Is the economic development is the economic development person they're subsidised, aren't they, from an external grant?
It depends on who you mean by economic development person. The economic
the
development
Fed Farmers one that they're referring.
The economic development manager is not subsidised by other money. The agricultural portfolio advisor is, and that's a fixed term position because of that funding.
Okay, may I ask another question, Mr Mayor?
Yep.
Or raise a point? A lot of the submitters mentioned that they are on fixed income and that their wages are not going up and the cost of living is increasing, which we're all very well aware of when we look at inflation as well. We spoke about this at the council probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we were going to send a letter joining the group to the government to say, can we increase the rates rebate threshold, because currently it's very hard to, to meet the threshold to get a rates rebate. Have we done that, and have we heard back, or is that not what's happening?
I'll need to confirm whether it has been done. I think we also suggested that the chances of that being successful were highly slim. And I recall there has been remits through the Local Government New Zealand Association conference urging government to consider the thresholds for the rates rebate scheme, which have not resulted in any change. So I'll need to check to see whether our letter has gone, but it's, in my view, not likely to make a great deal of difference.
Maybe not, but
if the whole sector is expressing a view and nothing changes, one council letter may have the same outcome.
I agree, but we cannot give up, and the people in our community deserve the acknowledgement that we acknowledge the stress for some people to meet their rates, and so I think we have to send that letter.
We'll look at that. The thing to remember about the rates rebate scheme is the rates, the portion that is rebated is paid by the government. So it's essentially asking government to pay more money.
In the recent budget, the Minister of Finance addressed the cost of living crisis, I think they call it, with $350 per person if you meet the criteria, to help alleviate some of those concerns they have. But a question probably for Hamish is, talking here about staff, too many staff, sinking lid on staff, stop taking big pay rises, cut down the number of consultants, look at the level of staffing, etc. So do you do that now?
Yes, we do. What we do is we examine the work program that council sets through the budget, and then work out how we can deliver that program. So there's a simple need to do the work that the council expects through its planning, and whether or not we have a staff to do it, whether or not we have consultants to do it, we still need to give effect to that work program. So my perspective is, rather than saying there are too many staff, which is somewhat easy to say, we need to turn our mind to what work shouldn't be done. That means those staff aren't needed. And I think I've reflected before, there was a real push previously in the public sector. Previous government looked to reduce public servants so they could say they had less public servants, but it simply resulted in a commensurate growth in consultants because they still wanted the work done. So in terms of hefty pay rises, in my working life, I doubt that I've experienced a tougher labour market, and staff have choices, and if we don't do what we need to do to respond to the market pressures to be a good employer, then we just make the problem of retaining good staff to get the work done even harder. So we want to be prudent, we want to be efficient, but we have to live in the market we live in.
Yep, thank you. Councillor McMillan?
Thank you. The majority of the feedback is don't cut back on our day-to-day services, but then also the worry that the rates are going to be high. Have the staff done a review of, say, less mowing, what effect that will have on our overall rates? So is there any, I mean, I know we've already looked at the EA networks, we've put, you know, we're closing at a couple of extra hours a week to make a difference, but what else is there to do realistically, I suppose?
Steve, yourself?
I just want to respond to that.
Yeah. Steve?
Just through you, Mayor Neil, the last LTP, we put a lot of effort into, you'll recall, looking at how we do things, and that's why we put up for additional heavy machinery and tractors that would cut back on our mowing time. We're still doing that now. There's a new trailed mower coming in, which will mean that we can do more mowing for less people because we've got new subdivisions coming on all the time. You'll recall back when the Section 17A come through, it recommended, I think, 3.5 or 4.5 positions, whatever it was. We just said we only need 3.5 because we can make savings with this new equipment. So we're constantly looking at how we do it, how can we run things better. One thing to bear in mind, the drop of levels of service, you could choose mowing, but you could reduce the amount of times you mow an area, but when you come back to do it next time, you're travelling half as fast, you're leaving a hay paddock behind, and there is no benefit. The only change of levels of service is where you start getting down to closing public toilets, reducing hours of facilities, or just not doing certain things that we've traditionally always done and the community has expected. But bear in mind, we are constantly looking at how we can do things better.
And I think that's what we reassuring to hear, that you're reviewing all the time, whether it's be staffing or mowing the lawns and other bits and pieces you keep reviewing to make it more efficient, but keeping levels of service where we would like them to be. Councillor Mackay.
Oh, Mr Mayor, 2 questions. The first one to all councillors. Did you note that yesterday some submitters criticised us because we hadn't reappointed, or criticised the council or chief executive because we hadn't appointed people to positions that had left, and some of them were a number of months, and they were criticising us. So I just want you to note that did happen. This has been noticed, and I have no problem with the chief executive reconsidering if that's the appropriate thing to do. The question I have to the chief executive is, when is the fixed term for the agricultural policy advisor up?
I'd need to check that. Sorry, I don't have that date in my mind. I know there has been an extension while he works on the Resilient Business program, but the exact date of that roll-on, I'd need to confirm.
Councillor Bulls.
Thank you. I was just going to comment back to the people that suggested that we should have lower staff and the impacts of it. But even in my time here on council, you note the huge requirement from government on staff, and the paper that we have to produce back to government has grown, and it's not something that you can just escape from. You have to have the people to do the work. And just, the people who want us to do less with the mowers and things, and I see one person suggested mow the main road sides or through the town, but, the reserves and that could take longer. But I think people will very soon criticise if you don't do what the work to keep the standard we already have.
Correct. Councillor Bryan?
Yeah, not everyone is against, having staff. I'm looking at one of them here who basically says, we don't have the right managers. And the second part in his submission is increase the pay rates for the staff to get quality staff. So we've got people in this town who are more than happy and even want to pay more. So we're not all negative.
No, and you obviously, you'll get from both sides, and it's us to make a decision on which we think is the best decision to make. Anything further, councillors? Next slide, Tony. Well, there's one item there, reduce the number of councillors, but that can be looked at in the review, which is another 4 years away, is it?
2024, so we'll start work on that next year.
2 years away.
Yes, yes. So I think, councillors, what we might be wise to do is to come back to the summary document and head over to page 11, and that's where we look at all the specific issues that we've kind of broadly covered. But this way we can do it in a bit of a systematic way and make sure we've got any suggestions captured. So if on bottom of page 11, this is talking about the reducing expenditure with council personnel, with staff and consultants. And then next was reducing costs in the general across the organisation, which I think has been answered as well. Next was reducing levels of service at facilities.
Can I comment on that, please?
Yeah, Liz.
Thank you. I know when we looked at reviewing the hours for the EA Network Centre, it was because there was only 3 people using the pool between 8 and 9 or whatever. Do we have those same numbers, or can we look at those same numbers for the library, for the art gallery, museum, and just see what if the same thing's happening, and maybe because there has been a number of submitters saying maybe the library hours should be condensed, and same with the art gallery, museum, and I'm just wondering, do we need to review that in the same way that we did for the EA Network Centre?
Hamish?
The motivation to review the hours of the EA Network Centre was because the facility was losing money. Because through the last 2 years of COVID, less people were going, and we simply were not able to continue to keep it operating for the resource that was available. So the business reason to review the EA Network Centre was based on fee-paying usage being considerably down. In terms of our other facilities, they rely a lot less on paying customers. So the exercise to see what level of service might be appropriate for the usage would be framed in a very different way, and it might show some useful information, but it's not related to the fee-paying customers, if you like. Also, we won't have the time to do that exercise in time to impact this annual plan. Further, in terms of the library, we're very conscious that in hopefully mid-2023, we'll be moving from a 900 square metre library to a 2,500 square metre library, and we will need to manage that facility with sufficient resources to maximise the community's access and benefit of that new library, and it would make well, I don't imagine that a usage pattern now that might result in some resource changes would be particularly sensible ahead of needing to resource for a much larger and more complex facility, which is just around the corner. So yes, we could, but I don't think it will impact this annual plan in a meaningful way.
It's probably something you should do anyway, as business as usual. Review how often services are being used, because trends will change over time. They might get busier, they might get less.
Yeah.
Just Sarah, if you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say that the library manager and myself have started to look at the new building in terms of operation and staffing requirements, and ours does dovetail to that. So, yeah, if there's anything that's going to be proposed to be different, then clearly that would come to council, but it wouldn't impact this year, as Hamish has said.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Cameron.
I would support that. I think as just doing a general business review, we need to determine just numbers of visitors to the art gallery, to the museum at 6 o'clock on a Wednesday evening or Sunday afternoon or whatever. And I think we should also be doing that for the library to ascertain when we've done it for the, I mean, I take your point, Hamish, that we're not collecting fees and charges at those venues, but we are still incurring an overhead, and I think any good business that should be reviewed to see if there's a need for that overhead. If people are attending those facilities, great. If they're not, well, perhaps we need to consider what hours people want these facilities to be open.
Yep, thank you. Councillor McMillan?
It's probably not quite related, but I'll talk about it anyway, if that's okay. Hamish just mentioned about EA Networks losing money, and we have always talked about whether we could use solar panels on that building, and we've all, I was sitting around the council table, we've all thought that it couldn't happen while EA Networks were involved. However, we had Roger Sutton here last week who talked about solar energy. Is now the time to look into whether that could be a possibility to help with the costs of that centre?
Hamish?
If council would like us to do an exercise on the benefits of solar power to the Network Centre, then we will undertake that exercise. Again, there'll be a capital investment required to achieve that saving, and that exercise cannot be completed in time to impact this annual plan.
Understand that.
But if council wishes us to do that work, we will.
Just following off that, we had a discussion a couple of days ago about solar power after Roger Sutton presented to us at council, and we had a discussion around that, Hamish and myself, and there might be a piece of work that needs to be done, perhaps involving the EA Networks and larger. So it's, it was a discussion. We haven't brought it back to council, but we're thinking about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Angus.
Mr Mayor, councillors, I'll back Councillor McMillan on this. I actually think that the Chief Executive, we should instruct the Chief Executive to prepare a paper for the long-term plan on putting solar panels on council buildings. I didn't say put them on, I said instruct him to prepare a paper for the long-term plan to look at it. I don't know, Roger Sutton may do it free of charge if he's real keen.
He did make an offer to assist council. You'll probably recall, or you may not, but the new admin library building, it was discussed when it was being built whether solar panels should be on the roof, and the architect or the consultants at the time said not yet. There's still ways to go with solar panels. That was 3 years ago, but we were going to wire the building for solar panels if they become more efficient and user-friendly and cheaper in time to come. So it's provisioned, and it might be the time now to start that work. Yep. Who's next? Is Stuart?
Yes, I think we've made the decision this year about EA Networks charges. I think it's imperative the council keep increasing user charges. I mean, it's getting more and more out of balance in that ratepayers are subsidising a bigger proportion of it. And the users grizzle and moan and go on when we put it up 50 cents a head or something. However, they should realise that they're being subsidised by, was it nearly $4 million by ratepayers? So I think we have to be realistic, and so that users, I know the staff at the EA Networks want it as cheap as possible, but they are not the general ratepayer that's paying the millions of dollars. And I think we've made a decision, but we should always put it up as much as we possibly can so that we keep a balance.
I think a decision was made to increase by inflation, and we've done that in this budget. I think that is correct. Angus.
Mr Mayor, what process are we involved in today? Is this deliberations on the annual plan? If so, do you require a motion for me to second Councillor McMillan's request of the Chief Executive? How do you wish to play it?
Just think
because at the moment you've only got two asking the Chief Executive to do a job, and he can't do that with two. He needs a majority.
No, it is just the process to instruct you to do a job.
I just need to check with Tony as to the formality of this forum. Certainly we understand the intent, but yes, I would like a resolution so it's really clear what it is you're asking us to do. Can that come from this meeting, Tony, or does it need to come to a separate forum?
Generally speaking, this probably wouldn't be enough, but I was just going to add to the conversation, through the climate change policy, you instructed us to go away and prepare a draft resilience plan for the organisation, and so we're doing that, and this piece of work would dovetail quite nicely into that. So when we bring the plan back to you, if you don't think we've got it on the money, then you can certainly make the amendments.
Right, thanks. So it'll be captured in the climate change resilience plan. Angus?
So, Mr Mayor, for the record, how many councillors are in favour of that happening?
All. Yep, so a piece of work will fold into that nicely. Thank you. Next.
Great, so the next...
Oh, Caroline.
I was just going to say, while we're talking about that exercise, I would also like, and I don't know whether again this is the appropriate forum for that, but for that exercise with regards to utility of the services in the library and at the art gallery and museum that we've done at the EA Networks, you know, the hourly thing.
Tony, advice on that?
Thank you. Through the chair, so we do, before we build into the long-term plan, each activity is required to do an activity management plan, and that would be the prudent opportunity then to have a good review of what we do and what we need to do and any gaps, and that comes back through to council for discussion. No, we'll just build it into that feedback loop then.
Right, thank you.
Excellent. So the bottom of page 13, there's conversations around reviewing levels of service for infrastructure services, and we've got quite a detailed answer from staff on the Waste Minimisation Act and our responsibilities there.
Just, if I could comment on the staff comments, and it says all waste sent to landfill imposes a levy. Well, waste sent to a non-landfill also imposes a levy in private pits as well now. And another comment is materials sorted can generate more income for their sale. The council does not receive that income, as I understand.
Through the Mayor, that's correct. It is for the benefit of the contractor to have them to have the initiative to do that, to want to do it, to separate it for their benefit. But you're correct.
It's for their benefit. Yeah.
Yes.
Monetary benefit, but the benefit for us all by having less waste to landfill recycling. Yep. Over the page.
Yep. So the next section was looking at open spaces and reducing levels of service there, which we had a discussion about earlier.
Got another question.
Oh, Liz.
Thank you. The East Street ferry lights came up, and I remember, I don't know if it was this term or last term, we made a resolution that the lights would be kept on all year round. I think I voted against that. I thought winter only and during the festive season would be best, but what are the costs of keeping them on all year round opposed to just having sort of 6 months of the lights on? Is there much of a savings?
The LED lights, which don't cost a lot to run, but I'm not sure what that cost.
Just through you, Mayor Neil. So you could say that if the lights were running half the time, the cost would be half, but it doesn't quite work that way because they come on daylight hours. We'd have to do the exercise to look at potentially what it would be, but it'd be quite difficult to narrow that right down to what the actual cost would be. The existing cost to run them 12 months of the year is in the existing budgets. So, but we could look at it, but it would take a bit of time to try and analyse that down. And then we'd need guidance about what is the period that you want them on and what is the period you want them off.
Darkness hours. I think also if you turn something off and leave it off for some period of time, then you turn it on, it doesn't always appear to work as if you'd left it on all the time.
That's the experience, especially with those LEDs where you've got a lot of joints, moisture tends to get in where it tends to dry for running all the time.
Used. Yeah, yeah. So Councillor Flynn.
I would have thought by seeking a report, we're using up the money that we'd get in any savings. So to me, they only come on when the street lights come on, they go off when the street lights go off. They're there to serve a purpose, particularly now with the, they're all under the trees. It makes it nice and safe for walking down there in the dark. I would leave them on.
In the hours of darkness as the street lights go off and on, yep. Councillor
And I agree with that comment, and I think the joy that those lights give people, to me, they're well justified. You only ever get positive comments, and it's amazing where those comments come from. Areas you don't expect it, but there's something that bring a lot of joy to people.
They do.
Excellent.
Anything
Next
further?
section was looking at reducing levels of service in the economic development and events area.
Seems okay, but
Cool.
leave as is.
Yep, good as gold. And the next one was on page 15, was reducing spending on council offices and the civic centre.
Councillor Mackay.
Mr Mayor, I thought that we had been kept fully informed about any budget rationale with the new building. I did not know that we had been told that there is, quote, a budget blowout for the civic centre that is a disgrace, brackets, bird. So that comment, I believe, is factually wrong. Am I correct?
I think, well, we sit on the PCG, some of the councillors, and we've never heard of a budget blowout.
No, I
in
haven't either.
The EA
Thank you.
Network Centre, not the EA Network Centre, the Civic Library Building. No, so that statement is incorrect. But we have mentioned we've lost some time, and there's certainly pressure on the budget, but there's been no budget blowout.
No, Mr Mayor, my question was to those three words.
Yeah. Reducing expenditure on the civic centre now would be a little bit difficult for the fact that we're over halfway through, and we did consult on that project 3 years ago, was it? Or perhaps 4, whatever the years were, and hence we're here today because of that consultation. Next page.
Excellent. There was a view expressed of reducing spending on expensive capital projects, followed by a call to reduce the number of councillors, which can only be done through a representation review, which we are due to undertake shortly. There was a call to increase user pays. This is all set through the revenue and financing policy, which is up for review in the next financial year.
Yep.
Call to reduce community services or grants.
So okay with that, as is, leave as is.
Right. And a call to improve the management of council contractors.
It's probably a business as usual task that it happens all the time.
Yep.
Only. Stuart.
When we're talking about council grants, I think it's imperative that people come to us in the annual plan, point out to them that we have a community grants system, and they should apply through that rather than come to the annual plan for a grant outside. I'm not in favour of these one-off people wanting grants. They know we've got a system, so you can apply through community. There's a whole strategy of different types of grants, and I think we cover the field pretty well, and I would expect people that want grants to go through the proper channels.
Noted. Yep. Liz.
Thank you, and we had the submission yesterday from the Chinese Language Week asking for $2,000. Do we make a decision on that now, or does that come up
Later on.
Were they asking, or were they looking to give us?
No, they were asking for $2,000.
There's 2 schools of thought there, but
Thank you, through the chair. There are 2 schools of thought there. What is written to what was stated yesterday felt a little bit opposed. We've clarified they were seeking a council contribution of $2,000 to Chinese Language Week. We've clustered all those financial requests together to consider once we work through
as
the
we're working
process.
through. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Bottom of page 17, a call to improve the management of EA Network Centre with staff comment provided.
Yep. Thank you.
And the last section was to improve spending and roading, again with staff comment provided.
Comments, councillors? No, I believe as is.
Excellent. Now we move to the counter arguments, which is to maintain our current levels of service on page 19. No special, it's just that one there. Yeah.
There's notes there that suggest if we did not drop the level of service, then if you caught it up at a later date, it would cost more. And I think they are probably right to catch it back up.
Yes, it would. So the page 20, a call to maintain the services at EA Network Centre as they currently are. Some submitters have expressed concerns about the impact for the future. And some go a little bit further and say that our current service levels are lacking.
Caroline?
We had a submitter yesterday talking about the legalities of us reducing the hours at the EA Network Centre. Do we, through the chair, do we have any update on that?
It's through Mr. Mayor, I didn't so much hear challenging the legality. I think it was more around the moral contract between the community and council. There's no legal impediment to council reviewing services. I think the issue around the EA Network Centre, as we've already discussed, was related to the fact that it was under severe financial pressure because of COVID, and there's many ways of looking at the moral contract with the community. We certainly heard about the hours of operation, but equally you could argue there was a moral contract with the community about how much rates money it would require. And those two things are completely incompatible when the level of fees was severely reduced because of the impact of COVID on fees and charges. So I think the point we heard is well made, but I think also the reality of the business of running that facility gives council the legal and perhaps the moral freedom to manage that facility as best it can, given all the circumstances, which of course were significantly changed from the time that the moral contract was entered into.
John?
Yeah, I think the submitters were more coming from the point of view that it was a social contract rather than any sort of legal or obligatory contract type of thing. And I think the way the council have treated this is treating it as commercial operation is the correct way of doing it.
Agree. Councillor Lane?
The other thing for me, we made the decision as a council to save the money for the the rate payers. So I can't see any problem with it. We made a decision due to COVID and due to help the staff to stay in budget.
Happy with that? Moving on.
Yep, great. So page 20 and 21, they cover concerns about impact for the future. Actually we talked about those. 22, sorry, page 22 covers off there's an area people are saying that council are already making reviews where possible. They'd prefer to see other options investigated to reduce the rate burden. And there has been a few areas particularly noted not to reduce our levels of service in.
Yeah. There's one comment in there about staff, current level of service is poor and staff accessibility and responsiveness is difficult. This probably perhaps COVID related, as in the staff are not here because they are unwell.
Mr. Mayor, we don't use that as an excuse for not delivering services to the community. So we would need to understand that contention in its detail far better to know how to respond to it. We work really hard to provide a great customer service, whether we've got COVID or people are away or not. And while I'm sure we can always do better, and there will be cases where we don't get it quite right, we are motivated to always get it right and always deliver great service. So if that's not the case for some people in a particular interaction, then we're motivated to understand that better and take some lessons from it and do better next time. But we would never use COVID and people away as an excuse for poor service.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
Mr. Mayor, fundamentally, I am against collecting property rates for social initiatives, but Robert Tito made the point, and I think it's recorded in the second to last dot point under current service levels are lacking. I believe he could be right. I'm not saying he is right. I believe he could be right that somewhere in the social dollars we have to go round, there may be a group missing out. I'm not saying he's right, but can that be investigated and somehow solved within the envelope that there is now? I don't know whether someone's not looking after someone or someone's pushing something somewhere else. There's obviously something not quite right there, or he's not aware of all the facts or whatever. Well, it's not for me to do that, I don't believe, but can someone have a look at that,
Yeah.
please?
He did raise the point of the Pacifica community not knowing some things and not getting perhaps what they're eligible for.
Yes.
And it may be just a knowledge thing, but we've noted it, and if we can follow up. I think there's other agencies who can do it.
We have agencies that can do that, but I
can be
don't
the
think we
link
should
to-
put any more in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on that specific point, the Mayor and I had a conversation with the Minister of Pacific People, the Ministry of Pacific Peoples the other day, and they acknowledge that the Pacific community, there are gaps in the services offered to the Pacific community here, not the least of which is there are no Pacific health providers. So we know that there is ways to do better, whether that is squishing or redirecting relatively small budgets into different areas to fix a gap. I'm not sure that's going to be an easy way of dealing with it, but certainly working with Robert and the community leaders, the context that we have now got with the ministry, is a way of trying to highlight those gaps and advocating for improved services that may or may not have resource implications, but we can certainly continue to do some work in that space.
Can I just comment as well? Thank you. And I think through my role as Chair of Safe Communities, I can bring that up to the different agencies as well and just see how that can work and to see if there's a connection in those groups and agencies with the Pacifica community.
Yeah, one of the headings there is prefer to see other options investigated to reduce the rate burden. I think we as councillors, we do that all the time, and the suggestions coming in are good, but we are doing it as possible. So it comes to the big question on the board. Should we review our day-to-day levels of service? And no, Angus?
No.
Oh, sorry. Who's come on? Diane's come on. Diane?
No, because I think, as you just said, we're constantly always chewing the fat on budgets and everything that we do, and subject to the people. Some people think we're being, we're not responsible and flamboyant in what we do, but we work very hard to keep things under control. So I think that while we're constantly doing it, in the bigger picture, I say no.
Angus?
The short answer, I'll stick with no, but I like what Councillor Rawlinson has said. We're always doing it, I thought, and we're always promoting it at this table to our staff member, the Chief Executive.
No?
Exactly the same. Leave it as it is. We always reviewing. We try to be the best we can.
Stuart?
No, don't reduce our levels of service, but still keep in mind, I'll go back to the agricultural portfolio, we're expanding things infinite all the time that in some places we don't really need to. We still got to cut the grass, etc., you know, but I think we have to watch that we keep adding to things that we get embedded into council policy in the long term. And I think we have to be careful.
That's called increasing the level of service. Yeah. Liz.
Thank you. I think if there was an obvious thing that we could do to reduce the rates by 1 or 2% or something like that, then we would go for it. But there's nothing obvious, and I agree with Diane. We should be just keep reviewing everything all the time. But I think we're going to have to keep our levels of service the same.
Caroline?
I support the other councillor's position, and I think we need to be aware that the rates are a significant burden on people that live on a fixed income, and we need to be continually checking and not just waiting for the annual plan to check. We need to be continually reviewing our levels of service, reviewing our opening hours, reviewing our fees and charges on an ongoing basis, like quarterly or whatever, through the activity reports. Perhaps we can have more information in those with regards to that.
Question for you, Caroline. Fixed income. What does fixed income mean?
You're on salary.
Is that fixed?
No, it's not. It's inflation.
Councillor Flynn?
A fixed income is where you've got investments and you're getting interest on them, and also you're limited to national superannuation. You have no control over your income, as when you're employed on a salary, you can always change jobs and go to a job with a higher salary.
Thank you.
Can I respond? You may also be on the unemployment benefit as well. You may be on working for families and working on the minimum wage, which is fixed. You may not be given, you may be on a minimum hourly contract. I mean, I take your point, which I think is disingenuous. There's a lot of people on a very low income, and the hubris around the table with regards to that is you're not acknowledging that. You know, and the largest salary increase I've ever had is actually in the council, which I get next time. I've never had a salary increase so high in my life. So, I mean, for example, in my position, I cannot go out and get another job. I've only got one particular skill, so that's it.
I wouldn't say
some things are easier said than done.
True. You are self-employed, and you have choices for how you do that and what you want to do.
But I think you're ignoring a lot of the submitters in this document said that they do not earn it. Their salary is fixed, their wages or whatever they earn is fixed. There's no opportunity for them to grow that, and they feel that they're on low incomes. And presumably if they had an opportunity to go out and get better incomes, I got the feeling of the tenant throughout the document is that they would do that. So they can't. And I think we need to just be aware of that. And some people, perhaps those sitting here, I don't know, have the opportunity to have increasing amounts of money for whatever reason. Not everybody has that opportunity.
On those fixed incomes, which the government generally provides, some of them, they have cost of living increases in them, which were raised not so long ago. John's on there.
Yeah, to me, low income is separate from a fixed income. You tend to be more on a fixed income once you're over 65 if you're no longer working, and we have a large percentage of our ratepayers are over 65. I certainly, coming back to the do you think we should decrease our day-to-day services? I'm firmly against that. We should keep them as they are, and just over 60% of those who responded agree to that. So to me, that's a fairly big majority.
Okay, thank you. Caroline, you're right.
I was going to respond to you, Mr. Mayor, about the government generously giving people an extra $350 a year, but presumably that's what you were alluding to just a moment ago, but I thought better off.
No, what I was alluding to was the cost of living increase they put on some months ago for everything. It was in the media things, the grants they give were lifted by a certain percentage across the board. Yeah, all sorts of things. Well publicised. Next page, topic 2. I think we've got good consensus there as leave the level of service as they are.
Yep, that's great, thank you.
Topic 2, forestry reserves to bring our major eroding repairs program forward.
So on this, it was quite a clear-cut response to this. There was overwhelming support. And so if we look at the submission summary document from page 26 through to page 27, that's boiling down the comments that were made around this, the why we shoulds, and also the why we shouldn't. So I suggest we just do the same as what we did before and work through each table as we go through.
Okay. First one, road repairs for safety reasons. Councillor Mackay.
Mr Mayor, on page 25, the graph is there. It's overwhelming to use 1.7 of Forestry Reserve. We've had many asks on some capital projects, and one of them is footpaths. I'm just wondering if councillors have an appetite to go again with to get some footpaths built.
We had one submitter, I think it was one, that presented to us about footpaths. Tony, when are we going to discuss that submission? Is it now or later?
Thank you. Through the chair, we've actually got that scheduled for later. So when we move into the general comments, we've got a transportation section, and we've picked up on Mr Beeston's comments yesterday.
We'll capture it there.
Yep.
Good. High quality repairs are needed to reduce repetitive road repairs. Councillor Labram.
Thank you, Neil. I was quite impressed with Peter Weir yesterday, who looked and spoke out of the square, what is quite nice. All councillors know, or I shouldn't say that, most councillors who are farming is telling us that we shouldn't have any trees in this place. But I like what he said. Looking towards the future, using timber for some of the bigger factories we've got in this district. Yeah, I think we should be looking at something like that. Give it an option. Yeah, we tried to get solar here. Why not doing some forestry here? What can be taken out and used for burning for Frontiera and those big companies.
We have forestry now, which could go to that. We generally sell, I presume, to the highest bidder. And if the Frontieras or the Sinlays were the highest bid, I'm sure they would get the wood. Yeah, but a great submission from Mr Weir. Yeah. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. We're discussing the feedback today. Does that mean that our rate increase of 9.4% is fixed in concrete? Or do we get another opportunity to discuss the 9.4%, or whether there are other ways and means that we can still achieve our annual plan without having to put our rates up by 9.4%? When do we get the opportunity to discuss that?
Today. Probably wait to get to the end, would be get through the submissions.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, yes, we need to get a distinction, the discussion and a direction today, so we can actually make it happen if there's a change. On page 53 of the summary document, we've got a specific table that looks at finance and budgets, and I suggest that might be the timely place to bring it up then.
I agree with you, but the problem is we're going to have nearly half of council missing at that stage. And I think when we're talking about an increase in rates, we need as many councillors here as possible to get a full discussion.
Why don't we box on through this and see how far we get, and when we get to whatever time we adjourn, if there's not enough councillors here because of other commitments today, we could go for another day, or we might just get there now. Tony?
Through the chair, not to put a spanner in the works, I could throw another suggestion at you, is we do this section, get the forestry out of the way, and then we just bring that finance and budget discussion forward. Okay. And so we do that straight after this. We'll just shuffle things around on the slides.
All right, let's do that. So the high quality repairs are needed, and I think we mention that all the time to the roading department, that fix the pothole once, not twice, not three times. So that message keeps being given, but reiterated here as well, confirming what we give to the staff now. roads are vital to the district. Road conditions poor needs to be addressed, particularly in rural. Quite a few comments on that. We struggle with, we could do more work on the roads, but we struggle for subsidy from the NZTA because we are looking at doing unsubsidised work this year, and we've done unsubsidised work previous years, and the NZTA just don't live up to they don't give us enough to complete the work we require. Councillor Cameron.
We had a submitter, and I do not know enough about this area to make a sensible remark, but we had a submitter yesterday saying that we should let some of these rural roads just go. We need to concentrate our efforts on the main roads, and we also had a submitter suggesting that there's a targeted rate for tankers, you know, for rural people that have cow sheds or whatever, and I thought they were quite interesting. Does everybody have a view on that?
The tankers, the trucks, the vehicles, they're all paying road user charges or fuel excise duty now to pay for the roads. It's the government system are paying for them. I'll go to Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think because we're using this 2 million out of forestry reserves, it's got to be seen to be used. A lot of people submitted. We can't use it all on scenic highway in Thompson's Track. It's got to be seen to be spread over the district, because we had huge support. If we're just going to spend it all in one little section, people are going to be horribly disappointed. So I think it's imperative that everybody sees that we spread it around, so that people feel there has been a general improvement. As far as picking on dairy tankers or something, as was pointed out yesterday, dairy farms' capital is a lot higher. They pay a lot higher rates actually than other types of land use, so they actually paying. Plus, road user charges sorted out, and sometimes it's not dairy tankers. Sometimes it's maize trucks or things that do a whole lot of travelling in a short time and a short distance. So they sometimes do just as much damage.
Yeah, one submitter that submitted on the roads does live in the urban area and said let the rural roads disappear. One submitter talked about roads that got washed out, don't reinstate them. If you lived on the end of that road and had no access, you wouldn't be that entirely happy with that suggestion. Yeah. Councillor Mackay.
Mr. Mayor, years ago when we did Whiteman's Road over to a private individual to maintain, and that individual got the grader once a year. It also opened up avenues for the Meth and Gun Club. I think that was quite hard to do. So we didn't actually make it all that easy for that to happen. And I think the result of that has stopped some other people who may have wished to do that. Stop them from even thinking about it. But we're actually caught in a real trap here, councillors and Mr. Mayor, in my opinion. We have a coroner, for example, that's come out and said we've got to put up stop signs. So that's going to cost us quite a bit of money. We've got a government that, I'll rephrase that. We've got a parliament that is pushing for electric cars, electric vehicles, but have made no provision for any road funding to come from those vehicles to help. Then we've got the added one, if you read today's Christchurch Press, about what the ECAN councillors have done to bus fares. So there's more government money siphoned off for roading, travel, passenger transport that's not going to come this way for the roads. So we've got a fundamental problem that I know you have discussed with Parliament and representatives of Parliament. We all have from time to time, and I shouldn't say this, but to be quite blunt, someone may actually have to get killed in a pothole. We hear of vehicles getting wrecked. We actually may need a coroner to come out and to get the government to focus that we actually need help in fixing these safety issues. Because to be quite honest, I think potholes are worse than what give way to stop signs are. I always thought you kind of had to stop at a give way sign. I know from experience you've got to stop at a stop sign. And I just don't think we're getting the help that we should get for the issues. And I think we're going to get less help if present parliamentary policy of looking after electric vehicles with no income stream for us. Because electric vehicles still use a road, they still go up and down a road. Right. That road is called tyres or whatever. They don't work on air. Maybe we should talk the government into hovercraft and then we wouldn't have to worry about repairing the potholes. But that ain't going to happen.
Caroline?
When I brought up those two issues, I wasn't suggesting we support them. I was suggesting we give the submitter the respect and the dignity of discussing them. Was the point of it. But my next question is, we have the pothole stabiliser who's working quickly to try and get all the potholes filled, and we have $1.7 million that we're proposing that most people support from the forestry reserves to go into the road repairs. I understand we can't, and I support what Stuart said, that we need to spread it around the district because everybody's got their area that they drive over that it's, you know, we've had comments in here about third world and it's a disgrace and dangerous and things. So with that 1.7 million, how many kilometres can we get done through the chair? It's about 400,000 a kilometre, is it? Is that right?
200, about 9, must be 9 kilometres.
Through the Mayor, our rehab, we typically would do 8 kilometres of rehabilitation. Now, with this additional funding, we will be able to do about 14 kilometres, so an extra 6 kilometres of rehabilitation will be able to be done with this money.
And will we, thank you, and will we then communicate to the community where those 6 kilometres are going to be, or have we decided where that, have we got any ideas? I mean, it's still out for consultation, but have we got any ideas about where we'd like to put that money?
So the roading team are preparing a priority of all the worst roads in the order in which they would recommend they be done, and that'll be presented to council.
At next council meeting?
As soon as it's either at an activity briefing at the next opportunity.
Thank you.
Nothing further. Support the use of forestry reserve for accelerating road repairs. General consensus, yes. May 21 flooding has made road repairs a priority. Those repairs eventually have been completed now, I believe. It's taken some time. There was a reasonable amount of damage and a reasonable cost. Request for extra funding to include other roading footpath work. Councillor Cameron.
I would love to see those footpaths down at Allens Road, Racecourse Road done, but I don't know if we've got the money for that. But that's a priority, I think.
If we do footpaths, if we get the money, it will be unsubsidised. We get subsidised monies for it. It would be unsubsidised. We would pay the whole lot. Stuart?
Yes. We've got an opportunity. The population has supported us using forestry money on roading. We've got a one chance. If we wanted to put some forestry money into footpaths, we've got one chance, because we can't go back again next year or the year after and say we want to use forestry money. So I would like to think that we could perhaps use another $500,000 out of the forestry reserves to fix these footpaths that we get every annual plan, long-term plan, people want it extended, and also have Jane's department, whoever, or Neil's department, speak to the developers and say, look, you've got a responsibility. I thought it was on our books that they had to provide a proportion of the footpaths when they have a residential C development. So we can't go back now, I guess, but there's lots of new developments even around us in Timwell. The council has actually put a new footpath where one that development is, but residential C should have access to footpaths, I think. So that's, I would make a suggestion, we take another 500,000 out of the council forestry reserves and clean up some of these footpaths that we have annually applied for.
Just hold your suggestion till we finish a discussion and then come back to it. John?
These footpaths, when are they programmed to be done under our LTP?
Through the Mayor, new footpaths are not programmed now. Since we did not receive the funding for new footpaths, we only have funding now for renewals, replacing and doing work on existing footpaths. We are, however, going to try and see what we can do with the budgets to do maybe a few, very small amount, but there's not a lot that we can put towards new footpaths in the current budget. It was part of that low-cost, low-risk budget cut from Waka Kotahi in the last program.
Those footpaths will still be in the long-term plan, we just haven't got the funding to do them.
That's correct.
Yeah. How much does it cost to do a metre or 100 metres of footpath, do you know?
Depending on whether it's asphalt or concrete. Asphalt, the supply and lay of asphalt is probably about $90 per square metre. Concrete would be almost double, anything from $150 to $180 per square metre.
That's curb and channeling at the same time?
Well, that's footpath. Generally footpathing. Curb and channeling would be additional to that.
Right. So 500,000 would get you roughly how many
I have to work it out.
metres?
Yeah.
A couple of kilometres.
Yes.
Right, reasonable amount, yeah. Who else got their light on? No, back to Stuart's suggestion. How much a square metre do you, a linear metre was a footpath?
Oh, that's a square metre, so if a footpath is 1.5 metres wide, 1.5 times that, $90 and $150 per square.
So 150 a square, yeah. Stuart, Caroline.
Do we have it, I mean, I think that's a great suggestion. Do we have the capacity to get that done? Like we've got or does it require spiralling out of control and employing more people or whatever, or do we have that capacity if that was a...
If the funding is provided.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure we would be able to get the contractors to do it but we'd be able to do it within the year
Great,
program.
thank you. Chip.
At that rate, 500,000 would get you 3.3 kilometres.
Approximately, yep.
Have we got a need for 3.3 kilometres? I don't think we do for that long, that distance, but it could be something that could be added up to see what the need is from the submitters. Liz?
Thank you. I've got two questions. How many footpaths, I mean, they're all in the Ashburton township, I'm presuming the submitter yesterday spoke about Ellen's Road, Racecourse Ave, did he? Racecourse Road and Farm Road. So obviously key, how much money have we got left in our forestry reserves? I can't recall, sorry, and if we put another 500, I'm even thinking maybe 300,000 might be okay, what would our balance be?
It's down to about 3 million, I think, but Erin's working on that now. So just while waiting for that, we'll go to Angus.
Mr Mayor and councillors, I don't actually believe it's just Ashburton. The submitter brought up the case about Ashburton Town there. But I think there will be bits of footpaths in Rakaya, Hines and Methven and Mount Somers that will most likely need some extensions or whatever if we looked at it really critically. I'm in favour of Councillor Wilson's proposal.
If we stuck to the long-term plan, which we did last year or year before, we had a footpaths program. We've only taken them out of the program because we're not getting subsidy. So if we made up the subsidy amount, then we would put them back in. Why would we do more than what we had in the long-term plan is my question. Tony.
So just to answer that question in terms of the forestry reserve, at the moment with the proposal to remove 1.7 million as the currently stands, that would leave the reserve with a balance of 3.4 million. Just remembering that reserve, the interest from that reserve is used to offset the general rate in the UAGC each year. So the more we take, the harder we'll hit it later on.
So it will impact on rates. Yep. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, we may not need 3.3k, but some of these footpaths will need some curb and channeling because they're just a grass. They're a narrow, I know Tarbotton's Road is just a narrow rural road width, and people have to walk on the, either on the road or on the grass. So there will be some places, Racecourse Road could be the same. It may need curb and channeling, so we may not get 3.3k.
Tarbotton's Road, rural residential, residential D or residential C?
C.
C.
C and D.
C and D. We were only thinking of residential C for footpaths. And I suppose the question might be for Neil or Jane's team. Why are we not asking the developer to do these footpaths? And the houses get built and the people come in later and say, where's our footpaths? Yet I thought that was a developer job.
Our development engineer certainly in the last few years has been requiring that of developers where they can. And I believe in a recent discussion with our roading manager and a development engineer, we certainly are looking at not only footpaths but any other infrastructure that may be required as part of a subdivision, that we work with the developer and getting that done as part of the development.
So Carter's Road, which is, I see there's subdivisions happening there right now. There's no footpaths on Carter's Road. Will that be required when those sections are subdivided?
I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure if that is to do with the zoning and the requirements, whether we can or can't. I'll look into that.
Yeah, because that'll be the next request. The houses will go up and there'll be no footpath on Carter's Road and they will want it. But my question is it a developer's role or is it a council role? That's the question. Yeah. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Neil. I'm against it on the moment, and the reason is there is no planning at all. The areas we're talking about are basically came into town because developers started developing and making money, and that is fine, that is their way of doing it. But I think we need an overall plan for a start to find out what we're doing, because just putting a couple of footpaths in without curbing and channel doesn't really work. We don't have the heights, we don't know what's happening with the areas. I think we have to have a look a wee bit further before we start putting that money in. I'm quite happy to do it, as long as we've got a plan. You know, developers know all about it, and we're going on. Allen's Road is just a small wee thing. Where are you going to put a footpath in there? You know, you need a normal road, and then you start your footpaths. I've got difficulties doing it now without a plan.
Councillor Falloon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just coming back to the balance in this poor old forestry reserve. As at 30th of June last year, according to our annual report, we had $10 million in that reserve. How come we've now going to spend $2 million? How does that take us down to 3 rather than leaving it at 8?
It was discussed at earlier workshops that there were revaluations going through that reserve, so they cannot be counted as part of the surplus. So that's where that change in figures come from.
So you're talking cash reserves, not revaluation?
This is the surplus that goes into the equity portion of the council's balance sheet.
Yep.
So it's not, the revaluation is a separate thing altogether.
Yep. Joanne?
Just back to the footpaths, I struggle with these new developments, and Allen's Road is the one I'm always driving along and looking at, where we've got a relatively narrow road, as Councillor Bram said, with some ditches and swales, and then we've got the Lockley, the one beside it, and I see the other day a new one across the road. We're going to have 20 odd houses plus Carter's Road, and all those people are going to want to go walking, and a lot of them walking and cycling and whatever. But so I think we do need to be mindful of, I don't know how we collect the money from the developer, but what I wanted to say was that we've got Racecourse Road in particular, which we've been bashing away at for about 4 years to try and get that footpath from Lockley to Allen's Road. Meantime, Allen's Road's got developed, but our roading manager made a suggestion in our road safety meeting recently, and we were talking about the one from in Methven up to Opuki, that maybe a gravel track of the quality of the one that was built down to Lake Hood on the Graham's Road would suffice, which maybe it could when we're working under budget constraints. And if it was a good quality gritted track, could be something that we could get without having to spend mega bucks on gutterings and things like that. I'd just like that to be, I certainly support Stuart's thoughts, but I think this would perhaps, could we do it a budget model, I would call it, but at least we would achieve some access way for those people. That's my thoughts.
Yeah.
We do need to keep in mind when we're dipping into the reserve for forestry that if we're needing to do planting to regenerate forestry that's already being logged, that under section 100 of the Local Government Act, we're required to promote current and future interests of the community. So if we took more out of the reserve now, there may not be enough to keep that activity viable in the future.
Thank you, Erin. Angus?
Before I comment, can we hear from planning? If you're going to set up a subdivision, what are the requirements that this council has in stone for developers to follow? Is there anything?
Jane?
Other than what's in the district plan, we rely on the feedback we get from the other parts of the council. So we will get feedback from open spaces about street trees and planting, and we'll get feedback from the development engineers in our assets team on all the other things like footpaths and everything else. One thing that is being worked on behind the scenes at the moment is a code for subdivision, which will set out all of the standards that are expected of a developer. And I think that will lead to significant improvements in how we actually manage these things, because then going forward, everybody will know right from the outset what the bottom line is in terms of not just footpaths, but the width, the standard, the whole bit. And Zani in Neil McCann's team is working on that, because she did the same thing for Selwyn District Council when she worked there. And Bert Hoffman's in Open Spaces is working on the planting side of that code. And I think once we've got that in place, it will be a lot clearer going forward.
What's the timeline for that, Jane?
I don't know. Neil might possibly have a better idea than me.
I believe that code is being worked on now, and it could be 6 months away from being finalised, but it's not hindering the work in which she's doing and dealing with developers. She is approaching those requests with that footpaths and services infrastructure in mind, and working with them to provide them and supply them along with council. Once the guide is there, it'll obviously have something a lot easier to refer to, and everyone will understand and be on the same page as in Selwyn District Council.
Right. Angus?
Mr. Mayor, that's great. I hear great things are happening, and it's obviously going to get tidied up to the satisfaction of all of us around the table. In the meantime, this council has made a promise through a long-term plan to do some footpaths, and there was a list at the time put up, so there was a plan. I'm sure there was a list put up, so there is a plan, and we have been let down by government or parliament that's run out of money. So I actually think Ashburton has a history of getting things done, and I think some of these urgent ones that we should fix, and if we have to dip into reserves to do it, we'll just show everyone in the country what we can do. Let's do it.
What was in the long-term plan budget, dollars-wise, for the footpaths in this financial year coming up that we have at this stage said no to? We'll wait for that, Stuart.
Yes, I agree exactly with what Councillor Mackay said. We had a plan for perhaps 2 or 3 years for footpaths. I'd like the roading department to come up and say it's going to cost 200. We look at it in principle today that we will use some forestry money, but the roading department come up and say, look, this is what we had planned and we've sidelined at the moment, so we know exactly what we're talking about.
Thanks, Stuart. Tony?
Thank you. We had about $150,000 in the LTP for year 2 for new footpaths, but that was needing to have the subsidy money come into it as well.
300 all up. 150 from us and 150 from Parliament. Is that right?
No, that'll be the total budget, of which 51% would be provided from Whakatahi. So it's the total budget. We always state the total, including the subsidy.
The work is grossed up.
Yep.
And it's only the funding that would reflect the subsidy. So there was only $150,000 worth of work.
Yep.
51% of which was to be funded by the government. So 75.
Got that? Well, it would be 150 if you stick to the plan. Liz?
How much would 300,000, how many metres of footpath would that get us? Sorry, I forgot all the numbers. I'd be more in favour of using about 300,000 instead of 500.
I would question why you're going away from your long-term plan. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, one of the problems with just picking a lump of money is you might end up with a footpath that goes halfway between one corner and the next because you haven't got enough money to finish that job. Could I suggest that we come back with the cost of the lengths that we are mostly talking about, which is, or these aren't just the ones I'm hearing, and there may be councillors who have a different view. So we come back and say, if you want to do the stretch of Allens Road, the stretch of Racecourse Road, the stretch of Farm Road, and I would add Carter's in there because we know there's development going on there and it will be the next request. And you can see the cost of those portions of footpath. Where they require curb and channeling, that'll be included. Where they don't, it won't. I think we can do the asphalt and a grit footpath to Councillor Rawlinson's point, so we can see what a budget track might look like. I'm not saying that that's where you'll go, but you'll see the cost. And then we have a separate decision to do the piece of that you are comfortable with. I think it gives effect to Councillor Brown's desire for a plan. I think it gives effect to Councillor Rawlinson's point around a budget model. That work will reflect the LTP intention, i.e. what was the 150,000 we intended to do, but equally it'll be updated by the current need as the development in those particular streets has galloped away since the LTP was done. And if we just then bring that back, acknowledging here that there will be a decision to allocate some additional funding to that network of roads for a separate decision.
Yeah, sounds a good idea. When would we be able to discuss that again, Tony? What's your plan for that?
Thank you. So we have a half day scheduled on next Wednesday, the 1st of June in the morning, so we could bring that back to you to discuss then.
Okay.
Is it possible?
Yes, another thing worth mentioning is that, for example, Racecourse Road, we know that EA Networks are going to be undergrounding their power cables, so there will be occasions where we need to liaise with others before we proceed with footpath and statements. So our roading team can look at that and consider that as well.
Very important you do that, yeah.
But we can come back next Wednesday with that sort of plan and costings.
We'll present a list and suggestions, yes.
Yeah. Okay, we're up page 30.
Just while we're discussing how you would fund any footpath upgrades for that area, there is actually a reserve for footpaths for Ashburton that can be used for a specific purpose in Ashburton because it's divided up into the rating areas. So that's worth thinking about as well as a funding option.
How much is in that reserve, Aaron?
At the end of last year, it was 974,000.
Did we not, or should we not have used that on the CBD? Because we were putting monies aside in the CBD.
There will be a portion of that for the CBD that will have been part of the budgeting process, but that's...
We'll do all that work and bring it back to you next Wednesday with all the options.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, I was just going to add that it was from my memories, that most of that money was actually going to go into the CBD from the footpath reserve.
But we built reserves over the years because we weren't doing footpaths in the CBD for the day that we did.
We'll need to look into that.
Yeah.
For renewals, yep.
Yeah, for renewals, correct. Good. Up to page 35, which we're on to now, some of the things that do not support using the forestry reserve for roading. Comments there on page 35? Some people are satisfied with the roads and they believe it's not necessary. Some 3 submitters said yes. And a couple said it's not a good look. So the next question is, should we use the 1.7 in forestry reserves to accelerate major roading repairs? All agree? John, you can comment? Yep. Everyone's agreed? Yes. Good.
Thank you. If you now turn your pages through to page 53, we'll go and address the table that John was wanting to talk while everybody was still here.
This was relative to your subject, John. Finance and budgets. Some are supporting the proposed increase and some are concerned with the proposed rate increase. John, Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think it's inevitable when the ratepayers make a decision for increased facilities. They wanted a pool and a stadium. They wanted the super deluxe library and council chamber. Therefore, not only is the capital, but we find you've got to staff it. So the public have made those decisions. Therefore, it's a consequence we're having to run them. So, I mean, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If they wanted a low rate library and stadium, council building, they had their chance to say, let's economise at the time. So I think 9.4 is a consequence of having these really top grade facilities in the district.
Sure. The Federated Farmers talk about the revenue and financing policy and talk about a differential. We've never done differential before, but they're suggesting when we do our revenue and financing policy that we do discuss a differential. So we can highlight that for when we get to that in 2 years' time, is it 1 year's time?
We are doing a review in this next financial year. That was to address the Methven Springfield water situation.
Oh, yeah.
So if you wanted just to go further and look at a full review, we could do so there. But we'll scope all that work up and bring it back to council.
Oh, so you're doing a partial review next year. When's the full review due? The following year, is it?
It'll be during the following year before the preceding the next LTP.
I think that's where they requested for. Yeah. Stuart?
I think they're barking up the wrong tree, actually. Even though I support Federated Farmers, we have a UAGC, which is a quasi thing where people pay for facilities where people use. And I think our system is reasonably fair, because we saw this year the rural rate increase wasn't as high as the urban one because of valuation and properties and things. So there's swings and roundabouts, and I'd hate to go to a differential thing. Where do you draw the line? That road has got a differential, that road hasn't. Would be so complicated and such a minefield. I think our system is the fairest way.
And you could be 100% correct, but I think we probably need to go through the process to either move to differential or not, rather than just make a decision not to even look at it. They've asked, so if we can accommodate it, we probably should. John.
Yeah, I'm still debating in my own mind the 9.4% increase in rates. And I believe there may be a way that we can reduce this, and I would be happy with a 7.5% increase in rates. It comes back to basic business practice. You put aside money in good years to use in bad years. Council has back in 2021, had a very, very good year. Our comprehensive net revenue was $20 million. Out of that, we've got to take vested assets, we've got to take land sales, we've got to take the forestry income, we've got to take insurances, and we've got to take other grants aside from the NZTA grant for our roading. That leaves us with a surplus of $5.958 million. When you look at our cash resources, the same year again was very good. As of 1 July 2020, we had $7.8 million sitting in the bank. As at the 30th of June last year, we had $24.672 million sitting in the bank. So to me, we have got a surplus there that we could use to help reduce this year's rates increase. And basically, what I'm saying is, if we wanted to reduce the rates to 7.5%, we would have to use just under $800,000 to do so. The next question is, can we do it? So I rang our independent member of our Audit and Finance Committee, and he said he couldn't see any reason why not. Coming from a similar background as myself, with large NGOs, and that's what is done. But to get a final submission, to get a final okay, I also rang the auditor. And the auditor also said that as long as we have got cash reserves, we can use those to carry over from one year to another. Because in actual fact, we are not having a deficit. What we're doing, it's a bit like with the roading, where we're spending $1.7 million and taking that from the forestry reserve, which we know we've got the money in. Therefore, it also corresponds also to the budget. What we're doing is taking cash reserves, which we know we've got, because we know where we've come from that year, and using those to partly offset this year's rates. Now, there is a danger in doing that, because between getting those surpluses, which was to the year ended 30th of June 2021, and starting the new year on the 1st of July 2022, we've got another year to get over, being the year ended 30th of June 2022. But if we've got surpluses from the previous year of just under $6 million, and we're going to use $800,000, I don't think we are going to have a deficit this year of close to $5 million. So based on that, I think we could, if council were agreeable, we could get away with a 7.5% rate increase. Erin?
To use prior year surplus as a budgeting tool, so to speak, generally speaking, we are required by the Local Government Act to prepare a balanced budget, which means any of our surpluses are already contributing to our rates reduction. So the dividends, interest, commercial properties and the forestry revenue. The other thing is the surplus, as you've mentioned, contains subsidies, which would be for CapEx items. It also contains development contributions, which is another timing issue. And the other thing to think about is another timing issue would be that, for example, audit expenses in an LTP would be budgeted over 3 years for, say, the LTP side of it costs a lot more, or various other audit processes within council, so that each year there's a portion that's attributed instead of charging ratepayers for a large amount in 1 year. So these amounts are held in the reserves until they're required during that year. The other thing to think about is some of the operating expenditure that's not spent is put through as carryovers in the following year. So that would be reducing the surplus that technically is being reported.
Caroline, we'll come to Hamish. Caroline? John?
Just coming back, Erin is quite correct. We do have to present a balanced budget, but we are presenting a balanced budget by using those reserves. And as I say, $4 million is more than enough to leave by not using those reserves to cover all of the points that she has correctly pointed out.
The other thing to think about is that when items go into their various reserves, they're tagged for a specific purpose. So how would we propose to divvy up that surplus which goes to the reserve that's tagged for specific activities? That's the other complexity.
Yeah. Caroline, we'll take you, then we'll go back to John.
Same conversation, I'll just give John.
Most of the money going to reserves actually comes from depreciation, which actually comes out before our surplus is actually gained. So the only other ones that go to reserves are the things to property reserves, which again comes out of your land sales. And basically, as far as accruals at the end of the year are concerned, yes, there are accruals, but they are taken into account in our comprehensive revenue and expenditure account.
Hamish. Oh, sorry, Caroline, then we'll go to Hamish.
Okay, I think that that's a marvellous suggestion and totally support it. And I'd be disappointed if it wasn't possible due to administration concerns. If we can manage to reduce our rates down to 7.8 or what we suggested and we indicated in the long-term plan, and it's not possible because we have admin, concerns as to where it goes, like this pot or that pot, footpaths or roading, whatever, then I'd be disappointed in that. I think that it's a great way to reduce our rate.
Hamish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is quite some complexity in this matter that would require some effort to work through. For example, some of those surpluses will be targeted rates. They're not available, for example, to offset the general rate, so they would need to be isolated, highlighted and used where they can only be used. So it's not going to be a simple matter to just say take $1 million and reduce to 7.5, although that might be achievable. But there's real work and effort in understanding the potential cash surplus and where it actually sits and what it can be used for to give effect to any decision in this area. So that's the first point. The second point is, I recall very clearly the recently retired group manager for business support expressing concern that the use of reserves and debt over the last 2 years has left council's future rate strike in some jeopardy, i.e. when we reduced the rates to accommodate the fears that the COVID economy was going to tank, we largely did that by the use of reserves and debt. And equally that was true last year as well. And if we continue to utilise reserves, which in reality this is what the suggestion is, there is a point where there is going to be a mammoth rate increase to continue to have the work programs at the levels that the community and council are used to. So there is an example down the road that I'm familiar with, where the Mackenzie District Council has kept rates low for a long time, and they were very proud of that. And they've, in the last 2 years, realised that arbitrarily low rates simply cannot meet the community's needs for services, and they've had a 17 and an 18% rate increase in the last 2 years in order to give themselves the financial capacity to do the work the community expects. So there's a degree of caution needed to continue to have a level of activity that isn't supported by your rate strike, because that's the reality of what reserves and is you're reducing the need for rates in that year to meet the level of activity that you expect to be done, and there has to be a payback. There has to be a point at some point where you need to catch that up, and that will be a very difficult and significant process. So I just want to leave those comments. There needs to be a very exacting exercise done, and continuing to have a level of activity that isn't supported by your annual rate strike can only lead to real problems down the road.
Yep. John, go ahead.
2 points to point out. One is targeted rates is to go for a specific purpose, a specific item of expenditure. So therefore is really just OPEX. It's got nothing to do with CAPEX, apart from if there is a depreciation thing. When we look at running down reserves, yes, I certainly agree with comments of running down reserves, and that is the last thing we'll be doing, unless we've got a good argument like we have with a forestry reserve. But I also look and say that 2021 was a very good year. We got more than our reserves and rates, and therefore it is time to reward the ratepayers by not charging the amount of rates that we're presently or currently going to do. As far as reserves are concerned, they really don't have a huge effect on rates, because reserves are a capital fund which is used for CAPEX spending. In other words, it goes into new footpaths, roads, buildings, vehicles, etc. So the reserve, however, where we're borrowing above our reserves, that then costs the ratepayers because we have to borrow the money to do it. But we are not allowed, under the Local Government Act, to borrow money to subsidise rates. And we're not intending to do that in this particular place.
Thanks, John. So obviously we can't make a decision on that here now because we haven't got enough information. So how long would it take to get information for us to make a good decision? And then I'll ask the councillors if there's a will to do that.
Ask Farron, just before she comments, of course, Councillor Filling's correct. We don't know what the balance will be at the 30th of June, so the work that is required will only be our best estimate at a moment in time. So we can't give you a categorical cash reserve figure as at the 1st of July to be available for this year. So it can only be an exercise to best estimate what that might be. But how long that will take, Erin, I'm not sure.
It's quite a large exercise.
John?
The biggest thing is because we've got $30-odd million sitting in work in progress, that will eventually, on 30th of June, be transferred through into asset classes, which is going to affect our depreciation, which does affect our rates. But what I'm saying is, rather than going through a full exercise, all I'm saying is we use sufficient of our cash reserves to reduce our rate increase down to 7.5% or whatever the long-term plan is, and I'm sure there is still enough there to cover what we must do. I'm not being silly, I'm trying to be as conservative and to help the ratepayer as much as possible.
One of the issues we have to turn our mind to is the 9.4 is the rate increase across all the rates, including the targeted rates. So to reduce 9.4 to anything, we have to do the work around the targeted rates, because I'm assuming that the expectation is that it would come off the general rate, but the cash isn't there for the general rates largesse, if you like. So if there's a water rate surplus, it can only be spent on water. So we would need to reduce the water rate, which might well give effect to the 9.4 coming down to 7 point something, but it won't all be on the general rate, and those people who don't have, there's an amount of complex work to firstly calculate what those balances are, and then take the 900 odd thousand that council wants to reduce the overall 2% and allocate it against all the various rates so that we get to the outcome. I'm not saying it can't be done, but I'm just saying it's not quite as simple as assuming there's enough there and we'll just whip a bit out. There's a lot of work required to give effect to this discussion.
Can we just park this now? We're going to break for lunch. We'll have to think about it over lunch and come back and not redo it. Let's have this conversation starting over lunch. We've all had a little bit of time to think it through a wee bit. Great idea, but let's see. So we'll adjourn now for lunch. Lane, if you hold your comments till after lunch, that'd be good. And we'll start back at 1 o'clock.
Or could we hold it?
Now. So thank you everyone, welcome back after our lunch break. The Mayor and Councillor Wilson have left to attend a funeral, so there's 6 of us councillors in the room, and we're on page 53 discussing finances and budgets. Councillor Brahm, you had your light on last before we went to lunch, so we'll take a few more comments first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really applaud what John did, trying to work out if we can have something, getting the rates down. But I'm quite cautious about the whole exercise. We went down last year. We gave money back to the community as far as we could go due to COVID. I think if we start playing too much with the things we're doing, it's getting out of. Yeah, we have to be realistic. We need the money to run the whole system. I think over the last year we've been really trying to cut it back as far as we can go. I'm not sure if putting another $800,000 in to lighten the load for some of the people in this town, but I think it will be. You don't get the people you want to have. The people who really need it might not get as much as the other ones who don't really need it. But I applaud what you've been trying to do, John.
Thank you, Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you, and I applaud what John's trying to achieve too, but I've always said to him that he doesn't agree with me. A general accounting, or the type of accounting work John's done, and governance accounting seem to be 2 entirely different things because you're accountable for public. But however, what I wanted to say, and it was prior to that, was that having taken into account all that people said in their submission about, the hardship and fixed incomes and that, I did wonder whether there was anything in our annual plan that we could defer, anything that would significantly make a difference of that 1 or 2%. I know as we workshop them and we discuss things, and I was probably thinking more of some infrastructure, pipe work or whatever, whether there was anything significant there that we could defer, and it still will have to be done, but this does seem to be a particularly tough year for setting the rates.
Thank you. Hamish, do you want to comment on that?
We would need some direction, I guess, as to what sort of things council might like to defer, and remembering that it has to be operating expenditure, not CapEx. So deferring a project is not going to assist this budget in terms of the rate strike. And as we've discussed this morning around levels of service, we didn't get a strong impression that there was a clear indication of where council would like to reduce levels of service in order to save those rates. So we would need a little more guidance around where you're thinking of deferring. That's not CapEx, in order to give effect to that desire. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Mackay.
Madam Chair, councillors, no, we can't defer anything because I've already made the decision. That was 60% of what the recipient said. Service as normal, and to carry on and do what we had in our program as normal. That was put it out there, and the message was quite clear. Well, to me it was anyway. I think the fundamental problem is, and I might have to take some of the blame for this as being around this council for the second time, that I think we've got the wrong accounting package. Because something like this, to me, elsewhere was made quite easy on a board by pressing a button and entering money and the income, and it changed all the separate rates and everything like that. Now, I don't believe that we've got any more separate rates than what the big council up the road called ECAN has. We were able to do it there on the board. We can't seem to do it here. I've actually supported the staff in the financial package, some 7 years now that they've got over a period of time, so maybe I'm at blame. But I think we've got to give Councillor Falloon's idea, we've got to give it a try, a crack, because I think it could change council thinking in years to come. And I think the problem you face, Mr. Chief Executive, is that over the years the council has not given you the tools, but I can vouch that I have voted for what council put up were going to be the tools. So I'm putting my hand up and saying maybe we've got the wrong package or whatever and we can't do it. And this is a crunch point today where maybe if we had something simpler, I don't know whether it's possible to have something simpler, but the program we are using has limitations, as it's been pointed out from time to time by the former finance person who's now retired. So I'm putting my hand up and saying, yeah, followed staff, maybe we've got the program wrong, crunch point is today, you're saying it's going to take so much work. I'm saying that yes, I agree with Councillor Falloon that we've got to give it a crack. But we can't change the level of service because we've already voted on that. So I think we're going to have to give you a few days until next Wednesday morning to actually find out what you can do and what you can't do with this package that obviously council has given you on staff advice over the years, whether you can actually get it to work or not. You probably can't in such a short time. Well, come back and tell us that you can't and we're stuck with it, if that is the case.
Thank you, Hamish.
Look, I think the suggestion that we come back next Wednesday is a very good one, because the magnitude of the work is not completely clear to me, and I know that it's complicated. I know that it's in its detail to give effect to the broad suggestion of Councillor Falloon is actually more complicated than it sounds. I know that to be true, but that's not to say that I've got a really good grasp of exactly what might need to be involved to get a handle on that. So I think we should bring something back to you next Wednesday, and knowing that we have to adopt the annual plan to set the rates by the programmed date of the 29th of June. We have to achieve that date, and if the work is too great to give effect to the idea, then we will have to advise you that that's the case. But I'd like to understand that a little better, and it would appear to me that to come back for a further discussion next week, we will be in a better place to understand what might be required to give effect to the idea. So I support that.
Thank you, and I agree with that because we do have 4 councillors missing from this workshop today, so I think it would be better to wait until next week, which is the 1st of June, to discuss that. And I think in the end, all of us as councillors know that it's tough out there. We know that we've got a 9.4% rate increase at the moment. We know groceries are increasing, fuel, etc., and we want to do the best for our community. I'll go to Councillor Cameron and then to Tony.
Okay, just a quick question through you, Madam Chair, to the Chief Executive. Next Wednesday you're going to come back to tell us about the work involved, but can we assume, or is it correct that John has identified cash reserves that are used, that can be used to mitigate the rate increase?
I want to examine that more carefully to give you an answer, so I'm suspending my direct answer to that. It is, I need to understand the cash reserves better. I need to understand where they actually sit. For example, I could see a situation where if the surplus is sitting in the general rate as opposed to any of the targeted rates, it could be that the general rate goes down and that will give a rates decrease to some ratepayers, because the revaluation will mean they'll pay less than this year, despite inflation and despite even Federated Farmers saying they'd be happy with CPI.
0.75, yeah.
And the impact for those that are facing the biggest increases because of the revaluation may be absolutely negligible. And so you might be able to, we might be able to demonstrate an overall different rate increase. It may absolutely not flow to where you expect it to, given the conversation around fixed incomes and affordability issues. So it's actually really complex.
Yeah, I'm not denying it. It sounds complex, but I think if it's there, then we need to do our best endeavours to help people.
And so we want to assess what that looks like over the next day or two.
Thank you. So that's what will happen. So next Wednesday we will have another workshop, I'm guessing in the morning before our council meeting, to go over that and some of the other things that have come up today. But we've got a couple more things up on the board there. Tony, do you want to continue with that?
Sure thing. Thank you, Councillor McMillan. If we go back to page 53 of the summary document, so the concerns with the proposed rate increase, we'll look at that paper coming back to council for next week. So over on page 54, there was comments made by Federated Farmers on the revenue and financing policy, which we've noted and discussed. Comments were made regarding the use of reserve funds, which we've got a staff comment there, and that also just highlights in there the current contributors to the rates in this current draft annual plan, which are quite substantial. And then yesterday, when Lynette Bridge was speaking with council, she presented to council and she did ask the question of the debt ratio per resident in the district. So in the draft annual plan, we've got 97 million in debt. When you divide that by a population of 35,000 people, that has that leaves about $2,700 per resident, if we wanted to look at it that way. And if you looked at it by property, it's about $7,500.
Thank you. And obviously a letter will go back to the submitter with those details as well.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, thank you. Any comments, questions on those? No, Tony, we're going to go back now to page...
Yes, we are. We're going to go back in time to, excuse me.
Is it page 25 or thereabouts?
I think it's about 30.
Sorry.
39?
39.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we're moving more into what is a more familiar approach through looking at our submissions that we've received. So these are all the general comments that we received by activity. We'll start off with drinking water. So we received a number of written submissions. These are starting on page 39. The first grouping was comments made around the government's 3 waters reform and Taumata Arawai.
I've just got a question, and there was a comment saying, should council defer water upgrades in Methven with 3 waters coming up? And I'm guessing that is not a good idea, because who knows when the upgrade will happen if we move over to 3 waters in Hamish. Or Neil, you may be able to comment.
Yeah, just briefly, that's right. And council's and certainly the staff's attitude to date is to treat the network as an enduring network. So do the right thing by the network while we are in control of it, and then let the next managers of the network do the same thing. So rather than do a whole lot of stuff that that we weren't otherwise going to do, or do very little stuff that we wouldn't otherwise have done, that both those actions feel like sort of gerrymandering the system just because of reform. So treat the network as it would on an enduring basis and do that work. And that's been our attitude to date.
Thank you. I think that's good. Councillor Falloon.
Yeah, to me, we've got to carry on doing the work that we're programmed to do. It's effectively not costing us anything because it's all going to be debt funded, and presumably that debt will get repaid when those assets get transferred through to whatever 3 waters is going to be. So let's give our citizens the benefit of decent drinking water now, rather than waiting till it goes through a brand new bureaucracy.
Yeah, and I think our view is also that it's the same people going to pay. So it's the consumers of the water that will either pay us or the new entity. So while it comes off our books, it's not removed as a cost from our community. So wherever it falls, it's still the consumers paying for it.
Thank you. And I think the Methven and Mount Somers communities would rather that they had less boil water notices going forward once this membrane treatment plant's put in. Thank you. Tony.
Thank you. And also yesterday, Peter Weir, when he was making his submission to council, he raised just a few more details around Through Waters and urging council not to cut spending on water. So I think that's a given.
Thank you.
Next section was looking at transportation. So these start on page 41 of the summary document. Starts off with support for building the new bridge over the Ashburton River as soon as possible. And followed by Wakakatahi advocacy, with staff comment for both.
Any comments or questions on those two?
Through you, Madam Chair, can I just note that to my knowledge, every single council in this country is concerned at the level of funding from Wakakatahi. So the perspective that there is not simply enough funding to support the network shouldn't be regarded as an Ashburton-only problem. It is definitely an issue for us, and we need to continue our advocacy. But there's a long queue of every council in the country saying the same thing. So there's a fundamental shortfall of funding for roading in this country, as opposed to we're somehow being shortchanged in Ashburton. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Well, I totally agree with the Chief Executive that I'd also like to remind everyone that there are a number of things happening that don't actually attract income for Wakatahi, and that is bicycles. I had a suggestion years and years ago that we put harmometers on bicycles. Now we've got electric cars, now we've got walking, all funded from a transport rate of which there is limited income from. So Parliament's going to have to work out exactly what they want to do sooner than later, hopefully. But with the electric cars and the way they're promoting it, yeah, I'm quite happy for electric cars, but they're not going to look after our shingle or tar sealed roads because there's no funding comes with them.
Thank you.
And then over on page 42 and 43, we've just got some general transportation requests. We did a bit of a catch-all there. So some were into some quite specific details, which the roading team will be able to pick up and look at in their work program. And then through our submitters that we heard from yesterday, so Mr Wood talked about putting some roads back into gravel. Mrs Fable talked about perhaps selling some roads to adjacent landowners in the rural area. Mr Weir talked about a different funding model, which other smaller TAs do use who have a large roading network. So that needs to be considered through a revenue and financing policy discussion. And Mr Beeston raised the questions regarding footpaths specifically in areas which we've discussed earlier, and also around developers.
Thank you. Councillor Falloon.
Just picking up on the point that was made that perhaps some roads should be sold to adjacent landowners. What has to be remembered that those roads are there for all time, but landowners may not be there for all time. Those properties may be split at some stage in the future, and new owners may want to do something different on those roads. So you'd never ever sell off a road.
Thank you. Any more discussion on that? And we've got the question there, do we want to make any changes? Doesn't look like it.
Good.
Great.
Thank you. Next section is waste reduction and recovery on page 44. And the submitter here was actually asking why we can't recycle soft plastics. So Mr. Marilla's given a pretty solid answer here under the staff comments, which is in a lot of detail.
Any comments on that? I know I, in the past, have talked to the people that do the soft plastic recycling, and it's very expensive for them to actually implement it in smaller towns. They were very interesting to talk to, but at the moment I think it's too hard and too expensive for them. Any other comments on that? Do we want to make any changes based on that, the feedback received? No, it looks like we're all good there.
Great, so this moves us on to page 44, where we look at the community governance and decision-making area. So we've received some comments regarding the process itself for consultation, and we've received comments regarding a request to live stream public meetings not held at council. At the moment we aren't resourced to be able to do that. It's easy to do it here because we've got the kit and the gear, but to do so would mean we'd have to purchase additional equipment and have the people available to help facilitate that.
Thank you. I'm guessing once we move into the new building that could be a possibility going forward, because we may have more room to hold public meetings in the council chambers, and we could have our LTP annual plan meetings up there. But I'll go to Councillor Cameron.
I'm looking at the Ashburton Citizens Association submission request that submission closing times are standardised to midnight, Sunday, or 6 AM on a Monday. That seems a reasonable sort of request. Can that be accommodated?
It can be. Often we're building our consultation times in and around quite a short time period, and it may come down to a matter of days to be able to get the information collated, turned around and back out to you. So we'll certainly try and do better, so we have a bit more standardisation, but in some instances, if we're really tight on a deadline, we just have to go with whatever the statutory timeframe gives us.
I can't remember when this one, the submissions closed, but I think it was a Friday afternoon, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and so that's we got to start on that processing over the weekend. Yeah.
It would be quite, I just would like that to be a consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you, and that was my topic of conversation too. I think I've had people say to me, why have you got all these different times for closing? And I appreciate what staff say, but I think if they were all standardised to 5 o'clock on a Friday, or as close, whatever, it makes it so much easier for people. They have that in their mind that that's when they need to do it, whereas we've got some at different days and different times, and I think it is confusing.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it. There may be unintended consequences. You might find some of these consultations will slow down because we'll make it on a Friday. It'll be slightly longer than the statutory process. That'll miss a council meeting, and suddenly something will be slightly further delayed. So yes, we'll have a look at it, but there may well be consequences that are not necessarily intended. And as Tony said, the last one that finished on a Friday, it enabled staff to get to work on it over the weekend. So it could be turned around quickly. If you leave it till the Sunday, then you don't start it over the weekend, and it collides with everything else, and suddenly you may be delayed. So it's just consequences to the decisions we make. But if there's no good reason to do it, or we can simplify it, then we certainly will.
Yeah, I think supplementary to that, I mean, I know sometimes you've been working really hard to get them out there quickly, but to me that maybe it just needs a bit more planning ahead, because I know you're all under pressure, appreciate that, but I do think it needs to be standardised so that people have got it clearly in their mind that 5 o'clock on the Friday is the time they have to have it in, and not have to be hunting through to see when they have to have it in. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think probably we've had a lot of consultations sort of all in a row lately, which sort of seems like a lot more than usual, so maybe that's the reason why it's noticeable as well. Following on, Tony, are we just going through?
Yep, so the next section was looking, well, I guess we've clustered into lack of trust or faith in council decision making. The comment there was around the Local Government Act and the importance of councillors looking at both current and affected users and future generations. And also the fact that our community engagement policy determines the level of community engagement that drives all our decisions in that space.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron.
Just to remind me through the chair, thank you, Madam Chair, is when we went out to Lake Clearwater, Lake Cam, which was, we noted a few things, and I see that Val Clemens has got a submission in. Are we waiting for a report back for that, the roading around that outside Lake Camp and what we, Lake Camp, and what we can do about that to minimise that?
Isn't there a draft plan coming for that?
Yeah, there was, wasn't there?
Yes, so that's Tony.
So through the chair, the draft plan's being written as we speak, and then we are going back to our key stakeholders, because often the land up there we have very little say or control over, and working through what we're looking to do with them, and then we're aiming to have that back to council in probably July.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. His personal faith in council has been lost, believes decisions are made in the office, believes the community is screaming for youth and family, so he wants a lot more spending, that person. As a councillor, I'm quite happy to say to, is it Mr. or Mrs. Bird, whoever, doesn't, to the name Bird.
It's on the left-hand side, his name's
Matthew,
there.
right.
Yes.
Well, he's got an ideal opportunity in 6 weeks' time, put his nomination in and come join the council table here. I can say that. Some other councillors around the table can say that. When staff write a reply on behalf of us, can they actually say that that was expressed at the table?
Hamish.
Possibly, we just need to choose our words very carefully. We, of course, are.
Well, I was trying to, but...
Yeah. We're encouraging participation in the election as we do each triennium. So we want people to stand, we want people to vote and take part in the election. So the general encouragement to be involved would extend to Mr. Bird, but everybody else as well. So yes, we just have to be careful how that's phrased.
Well, in my personal position, I'm considering, which will appear in the newspapers soon. So if Mr. Bird wishes to line up against me, if I stand, if I don't, he lines up against the other candidates. I wish him all the best.
Yeah, indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we had some feedback around the information for the annual plan consultation. It appeared that some submitters had missed the opportunity to read the consultation document, or vice versa, the draft annual plan. So we'll look to do better in terms of making sure people realise that there is a documentation that sits with all of this. It was all available on our website and was promoted quite heavily online as well.
Thank you, and I think also we had COVID in amongst it all, so we had one online meeting and the three other meetings, one in Ashburton, Methven and Rakaia, and we didn't have a huge turnout, but it was good to have the online meeting that could be used as backup, I suppose, for people to get an understanding of what we were consulting on. Any comments there? Councillors, no? Do we need to make, is there any changes that we need? And I was just thinking about Peter Pailua's submission.
So this was yesterday when he was here speaking to us. He raised about the importance for council to apply different lenses for different groups in the community, which agreed. It's always easier said than done, but I think he raises a really good point.
Yeah, I agree. And that may go forward to next annual plan consultation or our LTP consultations going out.
Absolutely.
So any changes? Councillors, Councillor Falone.
Just looking at Peter Weir's comment there on, we work with Selwyn District about the biodiesel plant.
What page are you on, sorry?
I'm on page 47.
Oh, yeah. Are we up to that? Yes.
Yeah, economic development.
Yeah.
No, not quite
we're
there
just going into that now, are we?
Yep.
Yep. So we'll just finish this off, so there's nothing we need to change here. No. Okay, we'll keep moving. to economic development, John? Yes.
Yep. So, can someone give me any history of did this plant ever operate? What ownership, or do we have any ownership of it, or what is the history of it?
Yeah, sorry, John. Diane, I'll get you to go off and John to go back on again. So you're talking about the plant, the Sinlay and Fonterra plants, is that?
I'm talking about Peter Weir's comment.
Peter, sorry, you're going to, Angus, I'll just have to get you to come off. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just talking about Peter Weir's comment. And basically the biodiesel plant, when did it operate, when did it start, when did it close down, you know, anything about it, because I was completely unaware of it.
Oh, okay, so Councillor Rawlinson, you can put your light on and tell us.
I just want to say, if you read the 2 links that he provided in his submission, the answers are there. He very clearly explained, particularly about that canola plant. There was 2 links, live links on his submission, so the answers are there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mackay?
Madam Chair, I have great difficulty here in the Peter Weir one, Simon Worthington's reply. I'm quite happy for Simon Worthington in his role to contact Selwyn District Council and have a yarn. But the way it appears here is it is as if it is the Ashburton District Council's policy to contact Selwyn. And it just needs a slight misinterpretation at Selwyn or somewhere. And next thing, Ashburton and Selwyn are getting together to build a biodiversity, a rapeseed plant. Just be careful this doesn't get carried away. I've got no problems with exploring opportunities, but here it reads as if it's going to be council policy, and I don't think it should be. I think it should be private enterprise that builds it.
We'll go to Hamish then to Steve.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll make it really clear to the Selwyn District Council that we're just exploring an idea to understand it better. There's no hint that we have a proposal to become an operator with them or anyone else.
Good.
Steve, did you want to comment?
That's probably going to mirror what I was going to say, Madam Chair. It was just purely to highlight to the council, we've had a submission in an activity within their district, and their economic development team may wish to make contact and follow it through. There's no intention for us to be a lead agent on it.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
I can't see it. I just had a quick glance through this booklet. The comment made by the Methven Community Board with regards to the 195,000 for the public convenience of the Rakai Gorge. Are we coming up to that? Or
Yes, that's under public conveniences, the next couple of sections.
Under public convenience, and I missed it.
You haven't missed it.
It's coming up.
Okay.
That's good. Councillor Mackay, did that answer your question before? You're happy with that?
Yes, it did, but it says here, we'll be in touch with Selwyn to discuss the concept. That's the words that...
That's all right. I think the feedback's, yeah, we've got that feedback, that's good. Is there anything else up on the board that anyone wants to make any changes on or any comments? Councillor Cameron.
With regards to the Fed Farmer's remark on the economic development role, that is, as we've established from our Chief Executive, that's a grant facility that we're getting at the moment, isn't it?
No, it depends what you're talking about. The Agricultural Portfolio Advisor role is a grant. I suspect that's a more broad question about economic development.
Well, they mainly talked about the advisor, didn't they?
I don't know. He called it economic development.
Through the chair yesterday, that was in response. So what's up on the board was what was raised in response to the questions from councillors yesterday, or was additional remarks made, and that was in response to Councillor Wilson's question, which was very specific around that agribusiness space. Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question. So the Ashburton Citizens Association talked about the We Are Open for Business Council campaign, I thought, more than a slogan. Is that still running, and how will that work going forward?
Well, it was very much a targeted campaign at the beginning of COVID and the lockdown. And so it was relevant for a moment in time, and we hope was successful and added value. The whether it is to continue is now subject, of course, to the Economic Development Strategic Plan, which Council is well aware is currently being developed. So how we position our business in this district will flow from that, that piece of work, as opposed to latching onto that slogan, which was at a moment in time.
Right, thank you. So no changes there, everyone happy with that? Looks like it, thank you. Next.
Excellent. Next section is starts on page 47. It's the broad topic area of community services. So we have the Hakatumi Multicultural Council requesting more funding for newcomer groups. There was comments around sport and recreation strategy.
Tony, is this the time to talk about the Sport Mid Canterbury submission, or does that come up?
I've got that on a separate thing for funding.
Okay.
I've got that Rakai Rugby Club and the Chinese Language
good.
Week
Thank you.
request. Yes.
So that's all here now? Oh, so it's
So I've got
coming up.
I've got those funding ones specifically coming up. So
Great.
yes.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Madam Chair, may I please give a plaudit to the sentiment and way in which the Clark MacLeod page 98 staff comment is written. I totally agree with it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Falloon.
Yeah, Methven Community Board, $195,000 for new toilets.
Can you just move your mic around so we can hear you a wee bit better? Thank you.
Sorry. The Methven Community Board, the $195,000 budgeted to upgrade the public conveniences. At what stage, if we decided to take this out, at what stage do we do it? We do it now or at some stage? Because to me, with what the Methven Community Board said yesterday, to me, it could be very well a waste of money.
Thank you. I'll go to Steve on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in reply to that, could we maybe park the answer to that till the end when we're looking at the Rakai Rugby Club submission, because that is tied in with that as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
Just a remark on that from the Hakatumi Multicultural Council. Contestable funding, and then it's got here, request that council staff have more time to work collaboratively and share knowledge reciprocally with these groups. Reciprocity? I can't say it. Do we do that to the best of our ability at the moment? Through you, Madam Chair.
I'll go to Steve again.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. To reply to that, our section heads managers and community services have that often on their agenda to talk about the multicultural diversity of our community and how can we look at opportunities to cover some of their needs. So it's often talked about managers.
But when there was a question asked, I think, of the submitter yesterday, I think he felt that he had invited particular representatives from the council to attend meetings and they had not been accepted. I wonder if this is important enough to our council to ensure that the agricultural multicultural community is supported.
And I think that came down to the Welcoming Communities Advisor, or that position not have been filled for the last 6 months, which is showing a gap.
But my point is, and I take that point, but my point is I think it should come down to all of our general managers, and we should all have it's a little bit like continuous improvement. It should be on the back of mind, and part of our whole ethos should be consultation with all groups in our community.
Thank you. Hamish?
Yeah, we do try very hard to do that, but the group managers will need to resolve their own diary priorities. But the biggest issue that I heard was this the gap with the Welcoming Communities Advisor, and that had been the major reason there was a diminished connection with council. And of course we have now resolved that matter, and the new person will be starting very shortly, and I'm very hopeful that will reconnect both with the council and other community groups.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Madam Chair, Chinese Language Sport Canterbury, can I go, or you got a plan?
it comes under this, so yes, you can, but remember we're talking about that $2,000 later,
Right,
under funding, so. if it's a-
okay, and Sport Canterbury?
And that will come later too. Thank you. So at this stage, I don't think we are looking at any changes, but I think we accept all those comments that were made yesterday, and we know we've got a new Welcoming Communities Advisor starting, which hopefully will tackle some of those queries. Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you. Just regarding the Sport Canterbury, and I took note of Jan's points yesterday when she presented, and the thought went through my mind, do they not apply for their grant in the normal manner that other groups do? And is it not up to them to apply for the extra inflation adjustment, or is it standard, it's always been 60,000?
Thank you, through the chair. So there has been a change. So in the past, they used to apply through the normal community grants process. And I think about 18 months ago, that changed to be brought in line with the other agencies that are funded, like Safer Mid Canterbury, on a yearly basis, with their associated reporting and budgeting needs with that. I think in the last 6 months, something might have been missed in terms of communication, in terms of them knowing to put the budget in at the right time. So that was missed. So just the same grant as last year was put in. So we need to tidy up that process.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the comment made by Jan about reporting to council with the other agencies, yeah, it's good. So no changes there. We're happy with that. Thank you. So parks and open spaces, is that right?
It is. Yes, we're on page 49 now. So perhaps we start with the written submissions. There is a little bit in here. So I guess top of page 49 was comments around the new entrance to the domain. And does council want to change its view on that?
Any comments? Councillor Cameron.
We have a view, as I understood it, that is a Whakakotahi concern, because they have cut off our access into the domain from West Street. And has that been any satisfaction?
No, none whatsoever. So that is our view.
Yeah.
Whakakotahi have thus far declined to share that view.
Yeah.
In terms of our own planning, we have retained the small budget in the annual plan, but in order to complete the work will require a significant top up from somewhere to actually be able to do the work.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I suppose the question is, we leave that. There's nothing we can do at the moment, I suppose.
No, the process, as I understand it, Mr. McCann might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that when the Walnut Ave upgrade is finally completed, there has been an undertaking from Whakakotahi that if there is a underspend to their budget for that work, they will consider whether a portion of that might at some future point be contributed to the domain entranceway. But that's as far as we've got.
Thank you. Councillor Rawlinson.
And yes, regarding the same topic, that would be great if they do, but I'm still disappointed that we couldn't get an agreement the day we discussed it about it's either got to be the Rolls-Royce model or nothing, and I think that somewhere in between, is designed for a simple but effective entrance there to get people into that domain from that point could be done. I've talked to one or two around the table who don't disagree with me, but I think more work needs to be done, but not looking at the absolute gold-plated model.
I think there's potential for us to consider that if all other funding avenues are unsuccessful.
Yeah. Thank you.
But at the moment we've got a design that we we can't afford as it currently is, but there are a couple of opportunities to explore external funding to do it as per the design. But we have to be patient. Those won't land quickly.
Thank you. Councillor Falloon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The cynic in me says the chance of getting any more money from NZTA out of the West Street upgrade is, I won't say, but I mean, when you look at the extra costs, how many hundreds of road cones they're paying for hire, the road sign hireage they're paying for, the putting in of the water-filled roundabout type of thing, as I say, the chances of getting anything out of them are zero.
Thank you. So we'll talk about the Rakaya Gorge toilet upgrade later when we come to the Rakaya Rugby Club. We've got the Lake Camps and Clearwater toilet replacement. Councillors' thoughts on that? Councillor Cameron?
I think Calvin did the presentation yesterday for the Methven Community Board?
Yes, he did.
And his point with regards to the toilets on the other side of the Selwyn side was that they would be used more frequently, and that the toilets on the Ashburton side were of a good enough quality. I think given the situation we find ourselves in this year with pressure on the rates, I think perhaps we defer this work or postpone it for a number of years.
So the Rakaya Gorge toilets are going to come up when we talk about the Rakaya Rugby Club. So
okay.
I just wanted thoughts on the Lake Camp and Clearwater toilets, and we went up for a bus trip a few weeks ago, and maybe Steve, you could give us an update or more information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, just to give Council an update on this project, if we bring it forward for several years, because it was bumped right out in the long-term plan, the additional operational costs are not allowed in the LTP, in the annual plan. So if we have to add in the operational costs, it'll be an additional 8,500. If we include a dump station capability of that toilet, because the previous one cassettes were emptied into it, then that's another additional 3,600. So we would need to raise our operational budgets by about 12,000. On top of that, when we put the figures together for the LTP, a good two years ago, costs have risen, and so those toilets would now be an additional 25,000. So there are some additional costs that you'd have to consider to bring this project forward.
So total cost now would
end up being additional 12,000 for operational cost, which is a straight rate impact, and an additional 25,000 capital cost increase estimated at, which would be a loan funded.
And that's on top of that 170,000. Another 25 on top of that.
Yeah, because we were.
So we're looking around
right
200.
5, we would have reviewed it as part of the next LTP.
Yeah. Councillor Mackay.
I was going to say do it this year, but I've changed my mind. Let's leave it to year 5 as is. I know it's pretty urgent, but there are still some toilets there.
Just a question to Steve. The current toilets that are there, are they able to accept the cassette, what do you call them?
The current toilets, the new toilets we have on Lake Camp, they are halfway down the lake where they've got the freedom camping area, and then of course you've got some right on the western side.
Yes.
They are the vault type toilets, but people would have to lift the cassettes fairly high to empty them in, whereas if you had a dump station component, it's at a much lower height. So you would have difficulty using those other toilets.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
Just a point of clarification, so the 12,500 operating for the toilets, is that the cleaning and management per annum? Is it $12,500 per annum?
Correct. The biggest cost is actually the waste disposal. and also the consumables and the labour. We have staff going up there, but I'd have to add an additional probably hour. The travel time will be the same, and the additional cost of the consumables for it. Bearing in mind, once the borders open up, we're going to have a major influx of travel back up there looking at the Lord of the Rings site again. So it'll end up being quite a well-used toilet because it's right by the edge of the road with good parking.
Thank you. Councillors' views on bringing forward the Lake Camp toilet replacement. Anyone want to bring it forward into this annual plan? Councillor Cameron?
I think it's important that it's undertaken, but we don't have the budget for it, do we, this year, unless we remove another toilet, perhaps. But we'll have to wait for the Reclire Rugby Club.
Through you, Madam Chair, just some additional information on this, and there's possibly from an environmental side of things, there's quite a need for it. It's highly unlikely we would be able to get this toilet commissioned before month 6 of the next financial year. There tends to be 6 months lead time to be able to get these things made and installed. So you may only be funding in the next LTP half of that operational cost. So rather than 12, it might only be 6,000.
Councillor Brown?
I would say bring it in.
Leave it in?
Yeah.
I'll bring it forward.
Yeah, bring it forward.
Thank you. Jane, have you got a comment there?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just yet, from an environmental point of view, that this is something that I personally think is quite urgent. I think we need to be seen as a council to be doing everything we can with the state of the water quality up at the lakes. We've made everybody remove their long drops, and they've been extremely obliging overall and done everything the council's asked them to do. And the point about putting these toilets in was so that some of them don't have to walk so far to empty cartridges, because not everybody can have a holding tank. So there are people using the camp-style toilets, and this was seen as a way of trying to meet the need from everybody having got rid of those long drops.
Thank you. Councillor Falone?
I certainly agree that it should be brought in. I mean, we removed the old toilets from up there, so we should put in something to replace. And if people don't have a toilet to use, they're going to use something else, which may not be that good for the environment. So to me, it should be done ASAP.
Thank you. Is there any TIF funding that we can apply for? I know the other toilets got it, so maybe it wouldn't apply to those. So
Madam Chair, we looked into that as a good option, that in both Lake Huron and it would struggle.
Thank you. Okay, so agree, yes, agree that we bring it forward. Thank you.
Okay, so and so that'll add $6,000 to the annual plan operating budget for next year and 12.5 thereafter.
Thank you. Yep. I think it's necessary, and as Jane mentioned, all the hut holders have moved from long drops to either holding tanks or chemical toilets, and I think we need to be looking to do the same, so that's good. Thank you. Right, next we are... Is there anything else on these parks and open spaces? No. Just that one question on the disability inclusive playgrounds. Was there anything in our domain development plan regarding some, I know I've seen in some playgrounds in Christchurch where there'll be a wheelchair access swing or something similar to that. Did we have anything, I can't remember, did we have anything in our plan going forward?
So through you, Madam Chair, immediately we're doing an assessment of all our playgrounds to see what has got an accessibility issue, and some things can be a quick fix and others will be done as part of an upgrade. So that work's underway, bearing in mind like the new playground at the Reclire Salmon Reserve, it's actually not timber edged, it's grass straight up to where the cushion fall is, so there is no accessibility issue, and that seems to be the modern way of putting in playgrounds. But that work's underway, and where we can do it under current budgets, we will be doing it. So.
Great, that's good to hear, thank you. Tony, next we are on to
Page 50, where we're covering off our recreation facilities. So I guess if we look at our written submissions first, and then we've got a couple of comments that were made yesterday that we'll address as well. Nothing's leaping out at me to draw your attention to in those written submissions, but if there's anything you wanted to ask staff.
any questions, comments? No, I think, oh, sorry, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, Tony, the last one, Peter there. What about the swimming pool for I missed that yesterday. Was he talking about accommodation for the newcomers in the swimming pool? I can't recall.
No, sorry, not accommodating. So being welcoming and having the types of attractions that might attract our newcomers to our swimming pool. I'm not sure it was Peter, or it might have been Hakatili Multicultural Council, but in the past there have been women's only swimming sessions, for example, at quite low peak times. So women with different from different cultures and religions can go and swim safely without.
And I think the Mayor actually brought that up yesterday because he has had direct feedback asking for that sort of situation.
That's exactly what it was, the approach to the Mayor for a safe way for some of our migrant community to access the swimming pool, some of whom have never been for a swim. Steve is dealing with that request as we speak. I'm not sure where he's got to.
Thank you, Steve, if you want to give us an update.
Just through you, Madam Chair. So we're looking at that currently, and it's because of the complexity of having a certain gender of staff on, how the place can be screened out for that particular group. We would struggle to implement that now with our staffing levels. We're struggling to get staff, let alone enough staff for that. But what the staff have said is when the pool closes now at currently 7 o'clock, that's when those special interest groups may be able to come in as long as it's self-funding. So there is no additional cost on that activity, and we can staff it. That's an opportunity to look at these special groups coming in. So we are looking at it now.
Yeah, thank you. And I know it was a request that came through from the former refugee community, so but would be wider than that as well. So everyone happy with what's that? No changes needed. Good. Are we on to regulatory services?
Yes, we are. They start on page 52. With staff responses supplied to the gambit of conversation starters.
Any comments or questions? And we did hear, Peter Paloa made the comment about the housing, and I think Robert Tito on behalf of the Pacific Island communities also made a similar point as well. So any changes there? No, all good. Finance and budgets, we've done that. We've ticked all that off.
Then there's our general section, which goes for 4 pages. So from page 55. 55? Sorry, page 56.
No.
Right.
Councillor Mackay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
There's not a submission, but I brought the topic up before. Our finance package, the computer program that we operate by, I explained that I had okayed the purchase and everything of it, and I believe it's to do with finance and budgeting. It's not what I've been used to, what we're doing at the moment. Years and years ago, in the old days, if I can go back 20 years, an Ashburton man, when he was finance chief at Environment Canterbury, he could put up on the wall almost a Excel sheet, it looked like anyway to councillors, and he could change the numbers on that instantly. It would go through several rating districts, which are all separate rating districts, to go through what would happen to buses, financing buses, all those activities of a council. We don't seem to have that here. I think for the future, I think Councillor Falloon has brought it up that we're struggling to get the information we want to maybe carry out our principal decision of trying to bring the rates down. And somehow this council has not given the Chief Executive what's required, in my opinion. I'm putting it bluntly, I guess. There's got to be a different package. I know they're expensive, but either this one is not being operated fully, or it's not up to the mark, or whatever, because I'm not a financial whiz. But we don't be able to, we've struggled with it for a number of years, and every time there's been an upgrade suggested, I've put, yep, go ahead and do it. But somehow, sometimes I wonder if we've been sold apart. But I don't understand how to work it. I even struggle with I even struggle with a tablet, as some of you know, and a mouse. So, but I don't think it's giving us the results that we actually want as councillors, our staff, to perform with. And I actually blame myself, because when staff have made a recommendation, I put my hand up and said, yeah. So, I don't know, can it just go in the back of the Chief Executive's mind or something, or the finance mind or something? Because I think there's room for improvement here somewhere along the line.
Thank you. Hamish?
Thank you, Councillor. And yes, there may well be room for improvement. I have had some random thoughts out loud to our team that perhaps the package could be different or better, and I have been persuaded that the work involved in assessing and changing completely swamps the problems we have with the existing. So there is certainly no internal appetite from those most affected to have a fundamental change, but the opportunity does exist shortly with a new group manager to work with her managers to see whether or not we are getting exactly what we need, and if not, what we might do about it. So, yep, it's in the back of my mind too.
Thank you. Councillor Falloon?
Certainly have to agree with what Councillor Mackay has said. However, a lot of computer systems that were around 20 years ago were a shitload better than what you get now, because everyone has gone down the road of Microsoft. Everything is now Microsoft based, and because it is standardized and not particularized, you cannot do with it what you wish. So unfortunately, whatever finance package we have is not going to be particularized to the needs of the ADC, but is going to be more of a general type one. And I have got every sympathy for Councillor Mackay, because I put up with the same thing every day at work.
Thank you. So I think that's noted. Tony, we have got other feedback, pages 55 to 59.
Yep, sure thing.
So anyone here got any questions or comments on any of those? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've got 6 extra Christmas cards to send to certain people who like what we're doing.
Thank you. ECAN stock water accuracy question.
Sorry, that was just following yesterday's verbal submission to council.
Yep.
When the question was raised around the stock water comment in their submission. So
Okay.
I think they're going to get back to us with what might have been implied or meant by that. Right.
Just for
Thank you.
councillors' information, we're aware at an officer level of that query, and Mr McCann and myself are working through the implications of that information request. So, in a general sense, we're aware of it. It wasn't brand new information to the staff.
Thank you. Any questions on, sorry, Councillor Mackay.
Can the answer that we get back or give can be made known to us, please? On that stock water one.
That's a yes.
I noted even the councillors they wondered why it was there.
Okay, so Tony, do you want to go through each of them, or we've got climate resilience, COVID-19 government response, and then just other feedback right through?
Yeah, you'll see we've put staff comments in there, so I guess it's answering any further questions if you don't agree with what we've said or you'd like us to change what our approach is. This is the time now to tell us, please.
Thank you. Anyone? No, it looks all good. So
Page 56.
56. Councillor Mackay.
The flooding one wants to see more work done to clear the Ashburton River. That should really be, in my opinion, put in the hands of our two representatives on the River Rating District, because they are the ones that guide the engineers on work patterns and what has to be done. When it comes to the separate rating district, might be okay writing back to the chief executive or chairperson of ECAN, but I actually think from getting the message across, it's actually better to have the backing of the River Liaison Committee, which I know you'll get on that issue.
Thank you.
But it's up to our two representatives to do their work.
Yep. No, agree. Okay, page 57. Anything there? No, page 58. And there was mention there of the $20 million and the $13 million relief sewer, or the $20 million from government funding. And that question was answered yesterday, I think, to the submitter. Councillor Rawlinson.
Just adding to that, I take the comment through quite a lot of the submissions. People obviously are unaware of how the $20 million subsidy from government or the for the new building, how it works, and maybe we need to do a little bit more promotion around that, because there's clearly misunderstandings. Some think we haven't got it, some don't have any idea how we're using it, and maybe we need to address that just for education of the people so they do understand.
Yeah, it was mentioned a few times, wasn't it?
We have done an amount of media on that, and I recall our commentary that it's reducing the capital funding, so it's not impacting on rates per se, although ultimately the costs of running the building and depreciation will be a factor for rates. But in terms of the capital cost, the contribution from the government simply reduces the debt that we will raise to build the building. So I take in its narrow sense, the comment or the concern isn't directly relevant to rates, in a more general sense that it's an example of spending that's not needed, and you've got to take it in that context, but in its specific nature it doesn't impact rates at all. That's right.
Thank you. Anything else on page 59? And you've got informal community feedback there, Tony. Is that so? That's come from the meetings that we've had.
It has. That's just to capture the commentary and the discussions that council had with community members at each of those meetings.
Thank you, and I think we got some really good questions at those meetings, so good to see them all there. Now to the funding requests.
Absolutely. So I guess the big one in the room is the Rakai Rugby Club. So I might get Steve to talk you through the options available with this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seem to be talking about toilets mainly today. So what it might help if council could have a look at the submission that's come from the rugby club in front of them. There's a few dollars and figures in there that will assist you. It was on page 125 of the submissions.
We'll just wait till we find that. 125.
Yep.
Has everyone got that up on their screens? 125 in the main submitted document. And I think we had the rugby club come and present to us last year, wasn't it?
That's
15th
right.
of December it says, yes. I'll get you to start,
Okay.
Steve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a bit of background, you know, they presented to you, they've indicated they're building a Rakai Recreation Centre on the Rakai domain. They've sold their building in town. They want to relocate to the park, but also have the facility that's open for other users. Currently on the end of the existing building is the council or the reserve board public toilet, male and female separate facility, which we as a council maintain. As part of the new rec centre, the entire building plus including the public toilets will have to be demolished. They've indicated in their plans that they would like to rebuild new public toilets as part of that facility, and they're asking council to consider funding of it. Staff have met with the rugby club and the reserve board to look at the design, because as staff we felt that it's probably not in keeping with what we'd actually want. They were proposing to rebuild similar to what they had, a standard separated male-female section. The current best practice is these unisex toilets, similar to the Rakai Salmon Reserve, where you can fully utilise each cubicle without having queuing or underutilisation. Doing our research with the numbers that are using the park, we felt that it was 6 to 8 cubicles would be enough. Probably the staff thought at this time is go with 6, and as the park increases, if we do the design right, 2 more cubicles can be added later on. So in there, so for the actual costing of these toilets, whether it be between 6 to 8 units, if it's 6 units, the funding required is close to 351,000, going out to 451,000 for 8 units. The complexity of this request is that there is a potential where you can defer or consider deferring the Rakai Gorge toilets and use the money that is signalled in the long-term plan to be used as part of the Rakai Recreation Centre toilets. Even if that happens, you're still 156 to 256,000 short. The other thing that is hitting us on the side of that is the TIF application we've got into upgrade and further enhance the Rakai Gorge toilets is about a $750,000 project. Of that, council's contribution is about 190,000. We haven't had the results of the TIF application results yet, and that's probably pending any time in the next month. So there's some complexities around this. The other thing that the Rakai Rugby Club have indicated to council is that if they are not successful in been able to fund the entire project, they would like council to consider granting them a loan of up to 200,000 to enable them to actually begin the project in late 2022, the end of this year. They haven't secured all the funds at this stage, as far as I know, and they haven't secured their resource consent, building consent yet. So there's still some work to do, but I think securing and having security of funding is probably their main focus. So are there any questions on that? There's quite a bit of information there.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Mackay first.
Just clarification, if we don't do anything, they would like us to provide a loan of 200,000. Is that?
Plus
the loan.
plus the toilets. So,
all right. Okay.
yeah, they want us to contribute towards the cost of the new toilets for public use within their building. And if they are unable to secure the rest of the funding needed, a loan of up to 200,000 in order to get the project underway.
Steve, can I just ask you, or whoever can answer this, that if we do loan 351,000 for 6 toilets, sorry, it won't be a loan, that will be funding. Where
loan funded.
Will it be? It'll be loan funded. So it's not going to be a targeted rate or anything to the Rakaia community. And are those figures accurate at the moment? Like looking, say once the resource consent's granted and they begin building, are they still looking at those costs, or do you think that?
Yeah, the figures that they put together for their building costs were, I think 2021. We went out to our public toilet consultants or builders that we mainly use, and they've provided us with an estimate, and staff have added a little bit to allow for inflationary costs, but it's still an estimate at the stage until final designs are done.
It says here in their submission that their March 2021 estimate is 265,000, but that was their design of separate male and female toilets. Councillor Falloon.
Yeah, just another point of clarification. We've applied for the TIF funding for the Rakaia Gorge toilets, which would cover our 195,000.
No, the total project for that is 700 odd thousand.
Right.
And it is the major enhancement of those toilets. It's also the viewing platform of the complete Rakaia Gorge, plus it's a viewing area for the Matariki star system.
That's right.
The funding around that, you had to meet a criteria of tourism, but also there was a Pacific focus that ticked a lot of boxes if it had something to do to celebrate Matariki.
So if we got that TIF funding, we would then be locked in as far as the Rakaia Gorge toilets are concerned?
Correct. But our contribution is only about 190,000.
So basically what that means is if we get the TIF funding, obviously that would go ahead.
Yes.
That means we would not have the money then available for the Rakaia toilets.
That's right, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I'd probably just clarification on that. It's probably not a guarantee it would go ahead. We would probably come back to council to make sure that you're happy actually for that funding to be used as full leverage. As you know, these applications, the turnaround is so quick, and there's a high chance you're not going to get it. So it was an opportunity that it was worth taking, and as you know, we've had a very high success rate with our reserve, Taylor's Reserve, the salmon reserve, but this would be stunning for the district if we could get it, but I'd like to come back to council just for your blessing.
Okay, Councillor Mackay.
It would be absolutely stunning, Madam Chair, if we could do the Rakaia project as well. So, can we, you mentioned loan funding, 300 and, how much was it, the loan funding, if we didn't?
Two parts to this project.
Yeah.
They want us to pay for the public toilets.
Yeah, got that bit.
If they haven't completed their own funding for the new club rooms, they would like a loan to get that across the line. Essentially, 351 plus 200 loan is what they're seeking from council.
Councillor Mackay, you still?
Let's try and get it done if we could.
Okay, so we've probably actually got three parts to this. So we've got, do we keep the 195,000 for the Rakaia Gorge toilets as is and wait for that TIF funding to see how that pans out, if I can say, or do we look at funding the Rakaia Rugby Club of 351,000 or 451,000 for their new toilets, and then do we look at loaning the Rakaia Rugby Club 200,000 to fund their entire building? So that's kind of the three questions. Am I right there, Tony?
Yes, you've hit the nail on the head. Well done.
Good-o. Right, who wants to start? Councillor Falloon.
So basically, whatever decision we do is really going to be determined by third parties. The first one, as far as the Rakaia Gorge toilet is concerned, is whether we get TIF funding or not.
Yes.
And as far as the Rakaia Rugby Club is concerned, that is dependent upon them getting their funding requests over the line,
yes,
which may or may not include $200,000 loan from the council.
Only for the club rooms.
Yeah. Now,
then they want us to pay for the toilets.
Yeah.
Are the toilets still there and operational now, or have they been demolished?
Yeah, they're part of the building.
Right.
So on that facility, sorry, Madam Chair, on that facility, there's actually two public toilets. There is the older block sitting over by the bowling club, which is opened on much bigger events only, and then the end of the existing rugby club changing rooms is the public toilets, which we clean. So there's actually no operational increase we're expecting because we're cleaning them now. So yes, but if the rugby club building comes down, the public toilets come down with it.
Right. Councillor Cameron. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, and those toilets that are associated with the building that's set for are woefully inadequate.
Yeah. Councillor Cameron.
So the only public toilets, once this building's pulled down in Rakaia, will be the ones at the Salmon Domain area, the park, and the two by the bowling club.
Yes, which are several kilometres apart.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you can't go kind of to one while you're at the other.
No, you can't stroll across the field.
Correct.
Shall we say? Yeah.
Okay. Shall we make a decision first on the Rakaia Gorge $195,000 funding? Do we want to keep in as is in our annual plan, Councillor Mackay?
Yes, but it's only because of the TIF funding.
Yeah.
No TIF, no investment.
Can that happen? I mean, will we hear back from the TIF application before this annual plan goes to council on the 29th of June?
Madam Chair, I would say our best bet would be going to get a result about July.
Okay.
So it'll be post your decision, if not very close, so probably too close.
So is everyone happy to keep that $195,000 in for the Rakaia Gorge? Hands? Yes?
Just a question.
Yes.
My question would be, if we get a TIF, how much time do we have to do it to build it? Does it have to be done straight away, or do we've got a year?
Madam Chair, I believe it's not one of those projects you have to get done within 6 months, 12 months. I think there is actually an extension of time. So similar to what we did for the salmon farm, that took us several years to get that done.
So in that case, if we don't have the 195 in this annual plan, could we defer it to next year?
To answer that, Madam Chair, I think you'll find the funding will be subject to council committing their contribution. Actually, I know that is the case, yeah.
So on that, Councillor Cameron.
So if we don't get their contribution though, we're committing our funding based on their contribution as well.
Yeah, they're paying about 80% of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Then the job won't happen. Yeah.
And we can't put the 195,000 in the annual plan and just say for public conveniences in the district, they have to be a specific place. So if that TIF funding doesn't go through, we could use it for different toilets.
Presumably, depending on how it's described, but you need to be completely committed to the Rakaia Gorge application for TIF funding if that comes through.
Okay. So is everyone happy to leave it in? Yes? Yep. Right, good. Got that one ticked off. Next is the funding for the Rakaia Rugby Club toilets, or that will be alongside their new building. So we've got two options, the 6 pan or the 8 pan toilets, so 351 thereabouts for 6. What does everyone think about providing funding for this? Councillor Brown.
Steve, you mentioned 6 or 8. Why do you give the top 2 options? Are we not better going for the 8, or is the 6 enough?
When staff looked at it, we based it on the numbers that we knew were using the facility at about 500 people. We looked at what the other toilet facility can use, what their new building can cater for. And I'm always up for fully utilising something, but making sure we plan ahead with the roof line, the roof design, that we can add 2 more cubicles later on, and we can. We would spin them around at 180 degrees. So look, staff recommendation is probably the 351, the 6, but allowing the design to extend it if we need to in years to come.
Okay.
Councillor Mackay.
Madam Chair, do we know if any other groups aside from Rakaia Rugby will be using this building in any shape or form in the future?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, in their presentation, they indicated a list of Rakaia community groups that will be using it. I may not have that information on me. I think it was part of their submission, but there was about 5 or 6 different groups.
It won't just be for rugby, and it'll be the main. They'll be the main domain toilets, I presume.
Yep.
Councillor Mackay.
On the basis that it's just not the Rakaia Rugby Club, but they are the main sponsors of the building, I guess, or they will be. I believe we make this happen, and can we do it all through loan funding, because we are not 100% sure that it's actually going to happen in the coming 12 months from the 1st of July onwards.
Yes. Probably more because it's capital expenditure than the fact that we're uncertain. I think. Yeah.
So it wouldn't impinge on rates.
Hang on a minute. Diane, I'll just get you to go off, and you can go back. You can go on. Angus,
what I'm trying to get at, I guess in a long-winded way, is how would it impinge on rates, and what would be the increase required in the rating column of our budgets for this to happen?
There'll be minimum impact on the first year. In time, there will be debt servicing costs, potentially, and depreciation, of course, and I guess there'll be cleaning and all the other things that will cost more with an enhanced facility. So there will be some impact over time, but not a particular dramatic impact in year 1 or the year of the annual plan.
Okay, let's do it.
Thank you. Councillor Rawlinson.
I just had a couple of questions. So looking at that, the 351 to 451, that's the toilets.
Yes.
Right, yeah. So just for Steve, those groups, and I've been out there at other, like Pony Club had Springston Trophy there, which is a South Island wide Pony Club teams event with about 150 riders, and it was fully utilised, and those old toilets were a disgrace. But have they indicated that they've asked all their other supporting groups to help co-fund?
Yes, those other sporting groups have supported the application to council and are excited about the potential facility. The reason that it's in the name of the rugby club is that they sold their other club rooms in order to put into the new club rooms, and they are the only ones with significant money to contribute. But no doubt the fundraising that they are doing is on the basis of all the users in the Rakaia community as much as it is the rugby club. But there's no one else with pots of money to tip in.
Because I think back to a good number of years ago, there was a huge effort by Rakaia people to build a sports stadium out there.
That's right. Yeah.
And I don't know whether they gathered funds or the funding proposals were all just a promise, but they put in a huge effort, which makes me think, I guess they're putting in a huge effort again.
And we consulted on that, didn't we, quite a few years ago?
Yes, we did. That was
Their intention is for the community to fundraise for the facility. What they're desperate to do is get on with it.
Yes.
And the application for the loan is to
top up,
get them underway, and they're hopeful they won't need the loan. They're hopeful that it'll be less than that because their fundraising will go well, but they can't get started unless they've secured funding.
And I support what they're doing. I think it's a great thing for their community. It's just finding the best way to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like Angus, we're just funding it, for the club, the whole lot.
Okay, Councillor Falloon.
Just like to point out that if we fund the whole lot to $651,000, then the debt servicing costs, so there's not going to be a lot of change left out of 70 grand a year.
Okay, so let's have a look. Do we all agree on funding 351, or do you want to bring it up to 451,000? I think 351,000 are most people in favour of that?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So 351,000 funding, and then the loan of up to $200,000. How does everyone feel about that? We've got a yes.
Yes.
Yes. John? Carolyn?
Yeah, I'm against the loan funding, and I'd sort of like to see a wee bit more about it before I commit to a loan fund,
Okay. I'm against it as well, so that doesn't help. So that's three all, and I think that maybe next Wednesday would we get any more information, or could we bring it up then again when the other councillors are here? So we've agreed on the 351,000.
Yeah, and we'll recirculate the presentation that the Rugby Club / Community Centre, Recreation Centre made, gosh, it must be a year ago now, just to refresh you on the plans. They may have changed in their detail since then, but their concept will be a good reminder.
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
Just with regards to the loan funding, if they borrow 200,000 and their debt repayments are about 70,000 a year, we'd have to be satisfied that they can afford that.
They won't be paying back the debt on the toilets.
No, I beg your pardon, on the 200,000 on the building.
It won't be 70,000 on the 200.
No, it won't be, no.
No, and they would hopefully, they, as I say, it's almost to get them underway, and they would presumably look to pay that back very quickly and maybe not even borrow
and
at
that may be
all.
able to be leveraged to get access other funding for them.
Just to get the job underway.
Yeah.
I think, Steve, that they think they can get through 1 year between demolition and rebuilding and operate as a recreation reserve / rugby club. They can't get through 2 years, so they can't demolish and then sit forever trying to get the funding together, or their clubs will disintegrate. So that's the sort of imperative to get the thing underway, give them the guarantee. But they'll be interested to do everything not to need that 200, because they won't want to be paying the debt servicing costs either. So
that's right. And quite often when you're applying for grants, if you can prove that someone else has funded you, then it works in your favour, doesn't it? So I mean, they may find that 200,000 somewhere else. Okay, so we've sorted that out. Next is Sport Canterbury. So they came in requesting that their funding was adjusted to inflation. So instead of 60,000, moving to 63,000. Is everyone in favour of that? Yep. Okay, tick tick. And then we also had a submitter yesterday from the New Zealand Chinese Language Week, who asked for a contribution of $2,000 to their initiative, which I can't remember when it was. Was it November this year? No, I can't remember. Councillor Mackay.
Madam Chair, this goes to a national body somewhere north of Wellington. My answer is no. If it had been maybe in Ashburton, I might have helped them, but a national body, no.
No.
That's a no from everyone. Righto. Good. Sorry, I have to go back to my summary of feedback. So next we have the business case.
Yes, the staff submission.
I'll just grab mine.
Circulation. Yep. So yeah, thank you. This is that document done now. We can park that one to the side until next week. And I'll hand over to Steve. I've got those pictures in the slide. You just tell me when you want them up, Steve.
Madam Chair, what I might do is just stand and talk to the to some GIS images, and that's probably the easiest way for me to cover that, if that's all right.
Hold on to your microphone at the same time.
Maybe Neil can hold it for me.
Okay, yeah, you go through it.
Right, so look,
Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Mackay.
Madam Chair, before we get started,
yes,
to keep it efficient,
yes.
This looks like a fairly big one, and we've got some loopholes in it, or I think some councillors are wavering a bit, even though there's safety in it. What about a Wednesday for this, or are we running out of time on Wednesday?
We would
Steve now, is he going to present now and again on Wednesday? That's all I'm thinking about.
No, it won't be repeated on Wednesday. We would very much like to explain this to you while we're here, and it may well be that you want to suspend judgment on it while you think about it, and perhaps go and have a look and do whatever else will be of value to you ahead of next Wednesday. But it would be great to sow the seed with you now if we could.
Yeah, I think staff have prepared this, so I think we should listen to it now. And then if need be, we can make a decision next Wednesday. So all yours, Steve.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I won't go to the fine detail. You understand when the facility was open, how long it's been running for. Just want to highlight this trip hazard has been around for a long time. Our systems recorded 44 trip hazards. Of that, 2 or 3 have ended up going to hospital and by ambulance. And it seems to be a design fault with the curbing in the road, which I'll describe. Of that 44 that we know is recorded in our system, we feel it's probably 1/3 of what's actually happened. 1/3 may not have been recorded because the people that tripped or grazed themselves were too embarrassed to come back and tell us, and maybe another third staff didn't record it. So there's a bit on both. I actually witnessed 2 weeks ago when I was down there helping the staff out, a woman 70 tripped over on the pavement in shock. That took 2 staff to comfort her, bring her inside, make sure she was happy and attend to her needs. So it's quite resource hungry as well when these things happen. So if you look at the area that we're talking about, it's virtually from yellow line to yellow line. And if you look at the curbing and the rest of that parking facility, it's the standard curb and channel curb height. It's about 100 mil. So anywhere where you step off in a modern curb, it's about 100 mil. The other curbing that's quite common is what we call a mountable curb, which you know is it's only about 20 mil, 30 mil. That's what everybody knows and it's what everybody experiences when they're stepping over a curb. The rest of all the car park is all 100 mil non-mountable curb. But when you come along to this area and through here, the curb height was laid as part of the whole project. And then when they laid the road from here up to the central entranceway, they kept the same curb, but they filled in the pavement to meet that rise in the gradient. Ideally, what they would have done is laid the curb and channeling to allow for the gradient. So you had a standard 100 mil step off everywhere. It's been happening for many years. We've tried to address it by painting all of those trip hazards in yellow. We've put up signage, but it's not going away. What is another design fault is if you look at the footpath area along here, it stops and it goes straight into a grass area. People have to go around here. Ideally, that footpath would have continued on to the main thoroughfare to the front doors. What we're finding is people are getting out of their cars, coming out through here, and the top end, and they're making a beeline for the front door at a 45-degree angle. Coming straight over here, tripping. These seem to be the 2 points that they're being caught on. This area here, the curb height, 100 mil, and that goes all the way up to virtually 0. So it changes all the way up on both sides. Here and over here is 2 parking, loading, unloading zones for buses, etc. So one thing we did consider, well, do we just bollard and chain it all the way along there to stop people stepping over the curb and force them to go up there and onwards. But because it's a bus pullover area and car pullover area and disability area, you put chains and bollards up, they'll trip over those or they can't get off the bus easy. So we worked with our engineers to look at, and local contractors, what is the best solution. And it comes to the point of actually having to mill out from here to here and to relay and get that gradient right. So there's actually a nil curb from there all the way up to there. So that there will be a step off from the paved area onto the road and then into the gathering area in front of the building. We would still put up the odd bollards to stop cars going onto the paved area because there'll be no demarcation. I think that probably summarises it. The report talks about the costs, or the estimate cost to do all this work. Are there any sort of questions or clarification?
Or just, did you want to talk about the outside the cafe as well?
Yes, so we'll just bring up another slide for you. So over there is the CAF door, and this is the outside CAF seating. So I think this issue's come to council prior to my time, about 2018.
Yeah.
There's quite a major lip from that door out into the gathering area, paved area, and there's been several people trip, including a woman with a pram, and the baby actually come out of the pram. The report went to council, and I think that through a series, you'll see in that report of mine, through a series of reports, staff were to make changes and come back to council. So signage went up, and there was tried to do some restrictions on that door, but for that CAF to run its business correctly and easily, it needs to have access from the car park straight into the CAF. So the cost estimates were put together in 2018 to actually do a timber deck type ramped area rather than just putting in a ramp. The complexities there is the grease traps for that CAF are sitting in there, which means you can't just lay a new paved area. Your timber deck would be the most logical place, and you have removable lids. The costs have increased in that. You'll see from the estimate in 2018, where was it?
Says it was 23,000, and that's estimated now at 36.
36. And look, we've taken that estimate we received in 2018 and added 50% due to the inflationary cost of building. But
Carolyn, you'll need to use your light, sorry.
I can look it up, but I just thought, how many square metres was that?
I don't think I've got that in front of me. I could let you know. But it was big enough to ensure that we had the right gradient for the 1 in 12 for disability access and to cover those grease traps adequately.
So it goes from the door out to cover the grease traps to the grass and then back up again. Is that right? It's a square thing.
To ensure that we don't have the lip, the 200mm lip going into the building.
Steve, is this not a landlord issue and that property should be financing this?
It is, but at the end of the day, it's all of council. Whether it's my team that run the facility, or whether it's the corporate services manager's property portfolio. At the end of the day, we've got to fund it from somewhere. Yeah.
Got you. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're going to giggle at this one, my dear. Sorry, I withdraw that last word. How many people do we believe an estimate slip on the piece of road along Racecourse Road, and how many people are slipping and sliding along the road, Kaya Gorge Road, from the Methven Township to the hot pools? We only know the numbers here because we've got personnel in the EA Network Centre. Is that correct? I raised the question, you know, can people, Steve, you put it very well, people cut corners and they trip. I thought you put it beautifully. So how much ratepayers' funds do we put for people taking shortcuts? You know, I'd love to do it, but a bit of reality.
Yeah. Hamish.
We're highlighting a known hazard at a council facility to you as councillors. How you decide you should resource the solution is entirely your decision. We believe we can't continue to ignore a known health and safety hazard at a council facility. But in the end, we're coming to you for resource and you will decide.
Councillor Falloon.
To me, because it is a health and safety resource, we have to mend it. To me, to have a one trip every 2 months on average is just one trip too many, and that's only the ones we know about. To me, we have to do it.
Did we want to make a decision on this now, or I know the Mayor had some views on it, or do we want to wait to the first, next Wednesday?
Through Madam Chair, entirely over to you. If you all felt one way, you could deal with it now. If you wanted time to think about it, or felt there were other views you wanted to understand better, you could, at some point in this discussion, push it till next Wednesday alongside the other matters that are going there. So that's entirely over to you.
Right, let's get everyone's views first and then we'll figure it out. Councillor Brown?
Just a question. Steve, the decking in front of the cafe, that's, you won't have to do some decking, is that correct? So is it sloping away, or you still get a step from the deck back onto the concrete?
Through you, Madam Chair. Good question, Councillor. I recall the conversation with Colin. It was a deck and then sloping ramps. And okay. So we don't want to move the step issue from one area to another. Okay. So it would be feathered out either side.
No, I'm quite happy to have a look and see exactly what is there and make a decision next week.
Thank you. And councillor Rawlinson?
Thank you, and a question around the same thing, where it's got mind the step going in, so the decking would be built right up to that little high thing that people trip on as they go into the building. I'm not talking about the outside part, that there's quite a lip there on that door, which was where people used to, well, probably still do trip. So how will you get round that? Will you build the deck up to the top level of it?
Just through Madam Chair, we've got to make sure that we meet the building code as well. Now, I believe for a lot of these things, there's a step down of about 100 mil, but that's fine. If you've got a standard step height that everybody's used to, you don't tend to have a trip hazard. So we'd have to make sure that we build it to meet the code of today. This is the issue with all, Councillor Brahm will probably understand this. Whenever you're designing steps and tracks and walkways, you have a consistent tread height. Otherwise, people just get so confused and it becomes a major trip hazard. So if it's 100 mil, like the rest of the curbing, to me that's fine. But if we can go flush, great. But if we can't, to meet the building code, we would stick to about 100 mil.
Thank you. Just to add to it, I think we need to do it, but it's finding the funding. And I was wondering, does this come under an existing open spaces budget, dare I suggest?
Open spaces budget, yes. Existing, no. Hence, we're talking about it with you. If we had it in existing budgets, we wouldn't have to ask you.
That's what I was hoping you might find it somewhere in there.
We haven't currently got this sort of money sloshing around, no.
And it couldn't come out of property?
Just to confirm, sorry, it'd be property, not open spaces.
Yeah. So it's not an...
It's a capital item, it's not a maintenance item. And there is no existing capital money put aside for this.
Okay. Carolyn?
I support it. I don't think we can have people tripping and going to hospital and babies falling out of prams. I think it needs to be repaired. As long as the staff are convinced that the repair that is suggested is going to deal with the problem, and it's going to be, no other consequences of the repair.
We could never guarantee that someone won't trip. What we are trying to do is minimise the hazard to the best of our ability.
Yeah, my suggestion was you don't have to guarantee it, Hamish. My suggestion was to make sure that it's the best way, the best solution that we can think about to deal with it in the most economical and pragmatic approach.
Yeah, we think we've done that.
Yeah.
We think we've done that.
Yeah.
There is some additional work through, Madam Chair, that we will be doing, well, I haven't talked about, but we would extend that pathway that I showed you with that last slide. So it actually looks logical to walk to the central avenue. We will be putting up additional signage. We will have included the cost of some bollards to keep cars off. So there are some other stuff that we'll be doing as well as that. But to the best of what we've researched and spoken to contractors, we may not be able to eliminate 100%, but we may be able to mitigate it as much as we can possibly do it.
Okay, and this would be a loan funded because it's capital expenditure.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah.
So no effect. Yes, right. So everyone agree that this should proceed? Yes. Nods from everyone, and I guess we'll just quietly bring it up on next week just to explain that it got the go ahead. Right, is there anything else, or are we just about done? Oh.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today, and we'll see you all bright and early next Wednesday.
Great, thank you, Tony, and thank you to all the staff who have put a lot of time and effort into getting all the hearings and the deliberations organised for us. Thank you, and we'll have just in time for afternoon tea.